Dear Fiona, but it's been an eventful couple of days. We've spent a bit of time in Terrebonne, just recovering from our battle with Ezra and the Infinite Sight. Evie spent a lot of time outside town with Darian, Bolt with his adopted family, and Ezra, well, he seems to have leveled up in Tushan. He's now gone, apparently? Or going to be gone? Makes no sense to me. He did manage to get his owl resurrected, which I was happy to see. Cute little thing. I decided to buy myself a magical amulet to help me recover some of what feels like lost vitality. Things just haven't been the same since my connection to the choir was severed. Like, a part of me is missing. I was hoping a little retail therapy might help. It has made me feel better. I even got it shaped into the emblem of the trio. Okay, fine, mostly to impress your lovely daughter, but my own fondness for the Godhead increases daily. I see how much good they are able to do in the world, and I'm happy to honor them in some small way, if I can. If you can believe it, I ran into Gerard of Clan Fellowshield shortly thereafter. You remember? They're the ones who offered to adopt me back after we had the battle in the Emerald Wilds. I've been calling myself Fellowshield ever since, as my dad never officially made me a Stoneward anyways, and, well, it felt nice to be wanted. Upon hearing this, Gerard offered to make it official, with a ceremony and everything. Naturally, I jumped at the chance. That night we had a grand ceremony. There were drums, drinking, some oaths sworn about upholding the clan's honor, etc., etc. All very serious dwarvy stuff. Then, Gerard told us the full history of the clan. They used to be known as the Brightshields, did you know? Until, well, to make a long story short, one of their own, who called himself Filric, began stealing the crystals that harbored the captured demons the clan was sworn to protect and releasing them in exchange for power given to himself. By the time they discovered the theft, it was too late to recover the escaped prisoners or to stop Filric, who had become too powerful. But here's the kicker, Fifi. This Filric is none other than Aventhi himself. Aventhi! Once a Brightshield, and the reason we, are now known as Fellowshields. That bastard. Just one more reason to exact vengeance upon him once we can track him down. Speaking of which, that night I had another vision. I was visited by a being who called himself Kenrathal Ditanus. Turns out he was a representative of the rest of the Choir of the Crags. In a revelation that surprised no one, he said that Aventhi had betrayed the choir. They originally had a pact with him to free Aneria from the grasp of the Arcanum, but Aventhi has instead seemed to siphon off power from the choir somehow. Their power has waned, while his has waxed stronger. Great. So now they've come to me, not nearly as sheepish as they should be, if I'm being honest, to task the Wayward Watch to track him down and put an end to him. Of course, I readily agreed. Looking back, I feel like I should have played hard to get. It's not really something I've ever been particularly good at. Just ask Evie. Maybe I need to practice being coy. I don't want to look too desperate, right? That's not me, I suppose. If I want something, I pursue it. If I like someone, I don't pretend otherwise. Anything else just feels dishonest. Anyway, the choir agreed to give me their patronage again. Is it really again, though? I mean, technically, this part of the choir was never my patron to begin with, right? I wonder if they'll be somehow a little ickier, having been under the bastard's sway for so long. If so, I'm just going to have to do a little house cleaning, I suppose. I have to tell you, it feels really quite wonderful to have regained that power I'd grown accustomed to and had taken for granted. I don't want you to think I'm some crazy, power-hungry madwoman or anything, Fee. With their help, I feel so much more capable of protecting my friends, my family, this Wayward Watch. Anyway, my clan was able to reshape Scalebreaker into a beautiful glaive, and I feel so much more capable with that weapon in my hands again. We finished up some loose ends in town. Vicky got another new knife and said a very awkward goodbye to his paragon. I think he can't quite decide if he wants to kiss her, worship her, or burn her at the stake for a heretic. And we were reunited with Hug and Keskes. You'll never guess where we're heading next. To you! That's right, Evie wants to go home. There are, understandably, some loose ends she'd like to tie up and some misunderstandings to put to rest. She was telling us all about you and Massifist culture and your people, and I've got to tell you, Fifi, what I heard made me a little nervous. I have this image of you as the kindest, most motherly woman in the world, but is it possible that you wouldn't much care for us? The way we've embraced magic so wholeheartedly? No, I don't think so. The rest of your village, perhaps, but not you, right? To have raised a daughter as wonderful as Evie, to have supported and kept her safe despite her own magical tendencies, after all she's told us about you, I choose to believe that you are exactly as kind and loving as the image of you I've created in my head. And so, I can't wait to meet you. See you soon. Love, Sarah.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to session 40 of Tales of Aneria. Holy crap, 40 sessions. We've almost been doing this a year, guys.
It's coming Can't believe it.
Yeah. I think it'll be like...
Well, technically, we've been doing this for...
Yeah, we've been doing this for a while.
Almost 6 years.
I think it will be like...
October...
48 or something like that.
Yeah, because we started in May.
Yeah, started in May, and we... like, there's a couple episodes that are just one-shots in there and whatnot. But yeah, welcome back. It's going to be a great session tonight. But before we jump into it, we are at 3,000 subscribers. Or we are almost at 3,000 subscribers. Come on! I'm not exactly sure where we're at, but I know that by the time this is posted, we might be one or the other. Or we are one. We might be
unless
the
we've
other.
lost a bunch of subscribers, and then
exactly.
we're not even close to 3,000.
And if we did, what did we do to offend you?
Yeah, so give us a subscribe if you haven't yet, just because that looks really nice.
Yep.
That
Like
number
and
going
comment
up.
if you can. Feed the algorithm gods.
Yeah. And also, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Go check out Mr. Rogers' new channel. He's got one for movie reviews that he does. It's really cool. We're going to go ahead and we'll post
It's
a link.
right here.
Yeah, down in the bottom there. But yeah.
It's a good time.
It's right here.
It's short, so once you're done with this, it's a little bite-sized dessert.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's really nice. Like I take him out of order from my watch list all the time, which is finally under 1,000, but that's neither here nor there. I watch a lot of YouTube. I think that's it. I think, unfortunately, we should have talked about it a couple episodes ago, but you're going to be at PAX coming up here next week, right?
I am, and by the time this airs, I probably will have been at PAX.
Yeah, you'll be back.
How was it?
It was so awesome.
So good.
You remember that one guy that tried to get you to sign his chest?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was awkward.
Yep.
It was so cool when you met Critical Role and they asked you to be a
Was
guest.
it just awkward
so
for the
cool.
situation, or was it awkward because you misspelled your name?
It was actually me in disguise.
Corby.
Yeah, Cory.
But I think we're ready if we want to go ahead and dive right in.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and begin tonight a few days later. Just 2. It just takes 2 days for the greatest treasure to arrive at Bleakwood Forest. And they set you down on the edge, actually in an area you remember the last time you were here. It's no longer kind of a dead patch of ground. The dead trees aren't there anymore. Everything's kind of growing back. But this is actually the spot where you fought the orc woman. If you guys remember. You might not. You weren't there, Seredan. You weren't there.
I was inside a locket.
You were inside a locket at the time, but that was where you destroyed the pillars that were kind of connecting this rift and keeping it open. That's right. But
And
it
there
makes
was that dude chained up on the other side.
Yep. It
I
makes.
wonder who that was.
Who knows? It makes a really good landing spot now because it is kind of this patch of almost. It's not defiled ground, but it's just kind of a dirt patch at this point.
Skid mark.
Yeah, pretty much. A skid mark right outside the Bleakwood Forest.
Ew.
Let's just call it that.
Well, it's supposed to sound gross and like decayed.
This is the basket for your poo-poo undies. Name that movie.
I can't.
Remember that one?
How far are we?
It's Young
till
Frankenstein.
poop joke?
Oh.
Yeah, very, very
5
young.
minutes?
Yeah.
We can't help ourselves.
No.
I've seen half of it. I need to go watch the rest.
And Hug grabs the giant anchor, which... Oh, What is Cascas's anchor made out of?
It's a bathtub. One of the bathtubs that we ordered.
Okay, yeah. You stole a second bathtub, and he hucks it off the side, and it slams into the ground with a thud.
It's a clawfoot tub.
He digs in.
And Cascas comes walking out, and he's got his horns are looking nice and curled now. They're kind of curled in the back. He's been kind of shaping them. Is it body modification, or is it just like shaping at that point? I don't really know, because like humans don't have horns, but if humans had horns, you would expect them to like shape them.
Yeah.
I guarantee you there would be
Absolutely.
either cultures, or it would just be the norm for them to
Jewelry
be
and
like
stuff.
oh yeah, well you always
Piercings.
like the first 5 months of your life you put curlers in it so that they curl backwards, so they're not like poking people in the face or anything like that. So I don't know. The things that I think about at 3 a.m. But Cascas comes out and he goes, "We here? Everyone is nice and safe. Yes. Nice ride this time.
Very smooth, Cascas. What did you do?
Oh well, I may have borrowed pieces from the Akarnum airships back at Border Town. Cascas left them adequate payment in return."
What do you mean by
Hunk of
adequate
cheese, a half-eaten
payment?
loaf of bread,
Hug took care of specifics.
couple of used furs.
He just left like dead animals on the doorstep.
Yep.
He just yells, I can't add, so whatever.
To be honest with you, Cascas, there's no love lost between us and the Arcanum. If you stole from them, we wouldn't hold you accountable.
Oh yes, Cascas stole. Yes.
No,
This
that's
is
not very
acceptable.
honorable.
It's acceptable.
You wanted me here fast, yes?
Yes.
And stealing it was. But anyway, Cascas, wait here until you guys are done, or you want him?
I think we're gonna need him.
Yes, probably. We don't know how this is going to go down.
In fact,
If
you
we
might
come
want
running
to,
and
you,
screaming,
you might want to be ready for quick takeoff, just in case.
No fishing. Got it. Yes. He looks over at the
leave the
nearby
engine
stream,
running.
and he's just like,
Maybe one of you could
That's going to the Torrey group.
If it's upstream, go have hug them.
one of you could definitely do that. Maybe one of you could fish. Thank you.
Freudian shit.
Oh, bells. I mean, I've really made it.
Yeah.
Poo joke central.
yeah.
That's a poo
Anyway.
over here.
Have a nice shit.
I
One of
will.
you could fish while the other one keeps watch.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good idea.
I can't recover from this.
Just keep slipping back in.
Okay, I'm okay.
And
So
Hug and
I'll start
Cascas look at each
skip
other, and they do a quick rock, paper, scissors, which exists in all universes, let's be honest here. Except for it's rock, paper, or rock, parchment, scissors, probably.
Parchment shears.
Shears? Yeah. And so they finish it, and Hug goes, "Dang it, I always pick rock."
Maybe that's how he beats you, because he knows.
But rock is the best. Rock smashes everything.
Except parchment.
I know, it doesn't really make sense, does it? I don't
I mean,
understand.
you throw the rock hard enough, it goes through the paper.
Well, yeah, right. The metaphor really ought to be something like wand, dagger. I don't know.
Oh, dagger would win every time.
Shield.
Rock, basket, shears. The basket can catch the rock.
Or it could cover the rock. Oh,
Anyway,
that's it. I see.
What does basket look like? Just do the same thing as
Same thing.
paper.
I don't want to confuse the poor guy.
It's just paper upside down.
I'll consider that. Cascas goes, "Do we need to talk about this more, or are you ready to?"
We're just,
We don't want to go.
or is he already off
Well,
Andy
that's
Griffith style?
Yeah. He's got his giant hook.
Yep.
Victor begins to get on his broom, remembers where we're at, and then decides to put the broom away. Instead
Okay.
of-
Yeah, probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Openly
To come.
walk-
Yeah, if Star Wars has taught us anything, do not ride fast through a forest on something.
We should probably.
first
disguise
rule of
ourselves.
going to a place that is famous for witch hunts: don't look like a witch.
I was thinking the same thing.
Looks at the giant magical construct.
He's not magical.
I don't wear a pointy hat. I'm not a witch.
You should wear a pointy hat.
Now I'm a wizard.
There you go. All right. And
I am but a lowly
Witch.
hunter. You are Eve. What's your story?
Well, I'm a member of the Dwarven Vanguard.
Perfect.
I'm Victor, member of the Eight Rings.
No, that will get you killed. Remember.
I am Victor, the knife salesman.
I'm Bolt.
Just bolt.
Just Bolt.
Alright, I think we can keep that
Just make sure that your wares are not floating about you like they normally do.
But that's... Oh, I'm sorry, Sandman. I'm sorry, Mist. You have to go back in your place. And I guess I'll wear that ceremonial stuff that we had where it had like little places for everything.
Oh, you're gonna look very dapper.
Look flashy.
They had a few extra slots for new knives, right? And that's where you put your basilisk fang.
Or he always has like a... Maybe he has like a garter. He just...
Really?
Oh, that's pretty
Hidden
risky.
knives.
At least until after the wedding night. Like that's that's 8 rings like protocol.
Hey,
It's
part of the
Plus
eight
flight
rings
knives.
is
He's
to
got,
expect the unexpected.
he's got a
so-
boot knife, he's got a garter knife.
the garter knife in particular is an intimate part of knife dancing that Victor in particular is
It's mostly
well versed in.
So is it
I mean,
a
were you
strap?
It's mostly for tickling.
No, it's a garter.
It's full lace and everything.
It's just right. At the wedding, somebody
It's
throws
made
it
of leather. It's
to
got a
the other
little pouch.
groomsmen.
Leather. Whoa.
All right.
That must be sweaty. That's pretty gross.
I see
Victor.
that I'm not digging my way out of this. I will see you down there.
Okay, Victor descends.
I'll take the anchor rope.
Yeah.
Chain?
Rope.
Rope, and it'll just slide down.
3 different ropes that are 3 different sizes, so you have to like let go of your hand and grab onto it again
Yeah.
at the knot. It's Cascas's ship. Yep. Give me a quick acrobatic check, I suppose. First.
How high are we?
Oh, did he not?
You're probably only like 6 or well.
16 plus.
You're probably about 10 feet off the ground. Get a couple.
acrobatics.
Yeah.
It's going to be 30.
Oh yeah, easy.
Yeah.
You land in the tub,
16 plus
looking really cool.
Sorry.
Okay. What about everybody else? Just are we dismounting
Just down the
normally?
ladder.
Okay,
Yeah.
down the ladder.
Ladder is good.
Just normal.
Everybody else just goes right down the ladder.
I mean, you guys, we could have style points. We got to like.
You could have swung out on the crane.
I did that once. It was painful.
But it was really cool.
It wasn't.
Before Eve leaves, hug. Sometimes he calls himself that. He scoops you up into a big hug and he says, "Going back to family can be hard,
It can.
but you always have friend in Hug.
Oh, hug.
Unless her does.
Thank you.
Do you want me to set Darian down for you?"
I don't know what to do with Darian. I don't know if I should take him with us.
Perhaps
He's a bounder.
Darian ought to stay in the...
Nothing wrong with a bounder.
Unless he
bounders
sort of
are pretty
magically
shimmering
disappears
and
or
has
something.
horns that are not normal. Wait, do bounders have horns?
No.
Darian has horns.
If she can
Darian is
communicate
a
with it, that
jackal
might be
bounder.
problematic.
A
Just tell us
jack-o'-lantern?
A Jacko bounder.
A jackal bounder?
Yep.
just tell him it's
Or
a
a
crossbreed
boundalope.
between like an antelope or
Boundalope.
something.
Boundalope.
Darian, I think it's best that you stay
I
here.
guess I'm not there. I'm down.
He does that little nose twitch that looks like he's about to cry.
Don't cry. I will try to bring you
Snoopy cries.
back to me if I feel like I can. If it's safe. I don't feel like it's safe for you.
He
No.
nudges you, and then he
You
just
could
goes
dis-
over and he
you could
huffs
dismiss
as he like
everything,
flops
can't you?
down onto
Yeah.
onto the pile of furs that is Hug's bed. Hug goes, Hug, take good care of him.
Thank you.
And then he'll waddle over and sit down and just start petting Darian.
Oh. Do not skin him, Hug.
His fur is so nice. No, I'm Hug kidding.
So everybody-
He would just disappear into
He'd be
the
fine.
into the
So-
Fey realm or whatever.
I still call you bold.
He's
I
probably
still call-
filled
no
with
one else called
glitter,
me.
just like you.
Right.
Right?
I'm
I
95% glitter.
It's true.
I have no plans of hiding who I am. I kind of can't.
Me either. Would you like to buy a knife? I'm practicing.
Maybe.
Finest cutlery
We'll talk. We'll talk later.
in this
Persuasion check
patch.
successful.
Just made your first sale, I think.
Like when the genie becomes the merchant in Aladdin.
Yeah.
That's what Victor's going to do here.
Make them my wares.
Okay.
That's your next character voice.
And then Eve
Back
is
to
free
set.
to exit the skyship.
Okay. This is your last chance to turn back. You truly don't have to come.
Please, Evie.
Turn back before it's too late.
As though we would abandon you.
I mean, you don't get that chance every day to show off your nice clothes.
I'm going to make a good
I
impression.
mean, you could show them off every day. You look quite nice in there.
They don't work very well when you fight.
Okay.
Not as good.
I'm still looking forward to meeting Fifi, and I'm still optimistic that she'll like me.
I think she will like you.
I mean, we know who Fifi is.
It's probably her father you have to worry
We
about.
talked. Well, I know.
That's generally.
Yeah, she told me.
He's a wonderful man.
I have a history with Prickly Daz.
He's honestly
Oh, you met
so
the cactus
soft on the
people.
inside.
Oh, good to know.
No,
Prickly
Prickly
Daz.
Daz is a bard group.
An acapella. partner.
Yes. They're dwarves, but they shave their beard really short so that it's prickly all the time.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah, they
horrible.
definitely do have the curled mustache. I need to
Middle
write
singing
that
note.
down. Prickly Daz is a great name.
Acoustics.
All right.
All right.
Lead the way.
Okay.
Is Goldie with us still?
Yeah,
Because
Goldie's
he
on your
really
shoulder.
doesn't know
Yeah, she's on your shoulder.
how to get back in there.
Yeah.
I mean, the trio let her out.
Mhm.
So hopefully they can lead her back in.
Yeah.
Victor will
if
take
Goldie
all
will just wait for your command.
All the bits of candy you dropped are
They're
long
gone.
gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
The witch
They've grown into candy trees at this point.
what a shame.
Victor will take his insignia and just flip it so like the thing's inwards and that's just the ring on the outside.
Victor, I don't think you need to. They don't even know. Well, I didn't know.
Just want to
Anyway.
be safe.
Okay. We're off to see.
The massive.
We are tromping through the woods song or whatever.
Yes.
All right.
I have a question.
Oh.
While we're walking, obviously.
Yeah.
Goldie
how,
is leading the way.
How much do they know of the outside world? Do they purposely close themselves off from it, or do you guys have the occasional merchant that comes through and explains, or
Mm-mm. It's very closed off. I mean, no one can find their way in, really. I don't even know how to get in and out.
Should we be your culture of your people? Is it very respectful and somber, or is it more joyous and happy for those who are inside? Or how should we behave?
You should just behave as yourselves.
I'm nervous. Okay.
I'm nervous too.
Kind of feel like I
feel
want
like
to go
if
up.
we are ourselves, we will die. So we should probably not be ourselves.
I feel like we've faced worse things than a village full of non-magic users.
Why would
Yes,
we
but we
ourselves?
can't kill a village full of non-magic users.
I mean, technically we
could, but
Well,
think of the conscience.
There's always
toll.
retreating.
I mean, it's happened before.
I don't know that word.
If we can find our way out.
Speaking of which, you are now well within Bleakwood Forest, which is a more somber forest than any that you've been in
It's
before.
very bleak.
Yes. Most of the trees here are tall redwoods, and they block out a lot of the sky, so it's very like patches of light, sort of dreary down on the bottom here. Every now and then you hear like a wolf howl or some other eerie noise that might turn the fearful away, but you press on. You do see, as you walk in, you do spot a stag, and it kind of watches you, and you can see like large rings of moss hanging off of its antlers, and after a moment of watching you all, it just kind of trots off into the forest.
Victor's going to be taking what it smells like and seeing if like the wind changes direction or anything. Just to he's going to be hyper aware of or trying to be hyper
Give me a
aware of things
perception
around. Like if we're being watched. Perception.
There's just so much. There's just so much to see now.
Yeah, there is literally so much that Victor wants to see now that he kind of can't really focus on anything.
Look at the deer.
Yep. After, we'll say you do have to spend at least one night in the forest. You remember that you had to spend a day traveling. So you guys can set up camp. You can set up a watch if you want, or you can just...
I just do the watch.
Okay.
Because I have sentry stress.
That's true. Yeah. So it's kind of a quiet night. You do find... Well, actually, give me a survival check. Let's see if anybody finds anything interesting to supplement your rations for the evening.
14.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Not Eve.
Okay, that's good.
17.
Yeah.
You do find
Do you
some
know what's funny
lunaberries.
though? Is you said there's no moon.
There is no moon. Isn't that weird that they're called lunaberries?
This is weird.
Yeah.
I've never heard of a moon before though.
Yeah, and I always thought they came out under the full moon.
Maybe the moon shattered into a million little pieces and we're eating them.
And they fell in your eyes.
That's right.
Oh.
They're delicious.
Sickening. And I will climb up a tree and sleep up on the highest branch.
Oh, brother.
Ezra, you're so dramatic.
No, you are.
One day when we're older, we'll understand.
I think Easy's afraid of getting cooties.
He is. I think he's the one who has
I
that.
don't think he has. He slept with that one lady.
I'm not afraid of cooties.
He calls from above.
I'm afraid of intimacy.
Is it commitment, or let's explore this a little more?
No.
Right, it's the emotional intimacy I think that he
I can
feels.
see that.
Physical, no problem. Emotional, problem.
Big time.
Right.
I'm just
It's
jealous.
because he was abandoned by his mother. It all tracks back to
Whoa,
that.
we're getting really
But you know what,
sensitive
Easy?
topics here.
My mother died when I was younger, and look at me. Well, actually,
No,
That's a bad-
Ha. Packed with evil people.
right, emotionally very
Died.
needy, attention
Repacked with
hungry.
evil people.
Bad with names.
Can't remember names.
Right. Right.
to remember names. I think
I don't think that's nature or
you might
nurture.
I just throw it in anyways.
Ixburn does go for a night flight.
night flight.
Sorry, I need to explain a little bit more about the moon. I had forgotten when you guys talked about lunaberries
Yeah.
that Aneria didn't really have a moon because of the way that it is. And at the time, I think I may have thought about it, but been like, that's going to raise too many questions with the party, so I'm just going to be like, so lunaberries exist and they
under
do
the-
glow at night, but it is not under the light of a full moon because
Okay.
there is no moon. So
There's
that's a retcon on my part.
Last
but,
time didn't we say something about perhaps it was the not Manaport, the beacon?
The beacon does cast a glow in the evening, so it's not pitch black.
It's probably not visible from
Yeah, it's probably
everywhere
not,
in there. Yeah.
It's just sort of like a kind of a soft twilight, time.
That's because of
sort
flat Aneria.
Yep.
Hashtag.
Well, remember, there's a
Hashtag
barrier,
pressure.
a magical barrier around the whole
We got
thing,
this.
so it could be glowing.
Yeah, it could be
Glowing from that a
reflecting
little bit.
Sure,
off of
reflecting
it.
off the
Yeah.
This is all meta knowledge, of course.
Yep. Yes, have a serious
Which our
scientific
characters
discussion.
actually know now that we've been outside.
Yeah,
of,
turns out lunaberries kind of make you high, and this is the conversation that our characters
I
are
love
having.
it.
Well,
if they're not
really
if
hard.
they're
Feel
not
like you're
treated
being
properly,
controlled.
if they're not cooked properly, yes, they do have
Right, a little bit of
soft,
a-
psychedelic qualities.
It's like your whole life is decided by a roll of the dice. It's crazy.
It really is.
Math
Just
and
can't stop
numbers.
thinking about it.
I don't buy that for one moment. I am the director of my own fate.
And you,
Thank you very
said
much.
your mom fed you the hallucinatory
Well, they're
berries.
not always hallucinating.
Mine did too.
I heard it puts air on your
Hallucinogenic?
chest.
Yeah, if you treat them right.
Right, if you cook them right,
I
particularly
think
in a
Victor
bread
has
pudding,
taken some
then
of the lunaberry juice and he's made a third eye on his forehead.
Yes, remember it glows in the dark.
Yep.
Whoa.
Okay. So the evening passes. Nothing really disturbs you. Bolt, you wake up every now and then to see a predator sniffing around. Not anything major, just a bear. You actually do see a bear at one point that regards you and looks over at Eve and then just kind of gives you a nod and wanders off. But yeah, the night passes without any sort of issue.
Yeah, so I don't actually sleep.
Yeah.
Sentry stress to just sit there and
You just
stay
scan
motionless.
your.
That sounds horrible.
Scanning quadrant.
Maybe it's
all-
not
it's all I've
for-
known.
for an automaton.
When you go on your standby, is it like a
That's true.
Cylon?
Construct.
by your command.
I think you take like all of the crap that they put you through the day, all the conversations they had, and you just like sort them into like relevant or not relevant.
Purge your
You
memories.
come out your toilet and you flush.
Yeah, he's just,
You're like,
he's just deleting his cache.
Your Arium on Discovery.
Yeah. Okay. So the next morning, everybody wakes up refreshed.
Nice cut.
Luna berries, despite their hallucinogenic qualities, are also really good sleep aids. So everybody wakes up. You can take long rest if you haven't yet. I'm sure you all
Blueberry
have at this
donut.
point. It's been a week.
With CBD.
But Goldie kind of stretches her feathers and she says, "It's not far. Should be soon.
Thank you, Goldie.
It's going to be a bit, not dangerous, rough from here out, unless you have wings." And she ruffles her feathers and then takes off. And you guys go winding through a very like twisted path. You're going up and over some branches under others. It's kind of a thicker bramble here where the red wood trees have kind of grouped together a little bit more. Like they become more numerous. They become tighter in there. And there only seems to be like one little path that you can kind of go through. Sometimes you have to crawl. Sometimes you have to, climb over 2 or 3 different branches in order to get to the next area. But eventually, it opens up into a tiny little game trail, and that game trail switches back and forth a little bit until it opens up into a wide plain. And as soon as the tree line kind of parts in front of you, you see a dotted, long landscape of plains. In fact, I have a little map of what Rouan looks like if you want to check out your Discord assets, and it's up on the screen now. But basically, there's a lot of individual farmsteads around.
Just open it to Preston TikTok.
There's a lot of different little farmsteads around. They all look rather uniform. They have kind of your standard log cabin looks with kind of a red, almost like a red clay tiling on top. And then you can see a little trail leading into the town proper, which has a larger building that seems to be sort of a pillared structure attached to a circular kind of rounded dome.
Are these like storage sheds off to the sides of the homes?
So each home looks like it has like a pen for animals, a small little like garden, and then a chicken coop nearby.
And we're
They all
coming
look
from
pretty
this
much
side?
like a self. Yeah, and you're entering from the southwest.
So, Evie, roughly how many people live in your village?
I don't know.
That's a very good question. How many people do?
I haven't thought of that.
So this doesn't represent the full of Rowan.
Right.
This represents the main square. There is a trail leading off to the north that looks like it leads into another kind of open area with more farmsteads beyond.
11
It's just-
homes,
yeah.
6 to 10 people each.
I would say you're there's probably a couple, maybe like 100, 120 or so at the most. Like I wouldn't think it's too big of a village.
No.
It's pretty small.
Yeah, it's kind of there's a
120
well
divided by 6 of us.
curated
Take out how many each?
there's a well curated like
Each NPC, one
pairing
point
off.
person.
20 each.
basically,
Plus their
and
return
he,
adventure.
and he can explain that to you in further detail as far as that goes. But you do see that there is one farmstead that is probably about I'd say about 200 yards ahead, and then it leads into the town proper, just the trail leading up there.
What does it smell like?
Also, Goldie has not left the tree line, and she goes, "I can't follow you any further.
I know. Thank you, Goldie.
Good luck. If you find out why we can't get in here, we'd appreciate it."
Magic.
I will try to find answers.
Thank you.
Is
Where does it feel like?
is it impossible for us to use magic in here? I mean, I don't want to try in case it sets off some sort of alarm.
I will just do a little prestidigitation.
There's no issue with it. There's no alarm
the-
that goes off.
I mean,
I was going to say, I was going to test the alt steel shield, see if it comes out.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if she lived there
That's good.
and she manifests your powers, then you probably be fine.
True. We're so dumb. We should have just asked you.
I did. She gave me that book.
It's been some time since I've been here.
And you
It's kind of
never
overwhelmed.
really heard that there was any sort of like block on
Yeah.
the area. Now, Victor, you asked what it felt like when you guys stepped out of the tree line. Warmer than the forest has been. The forest is kind of a colder place just because of the way the trees block most of the light, but this is a nice little
There's no
like open expanse and everything.
ocular smell, ear, nothing changes.
It smells like a typical kind of farming village. You know, there's a hint of dung. There's a little bit of freshly tilled soil, that sort of thing. Yeah, barley.
Barley.
It's barley.
I find it quite fascinating that your village hasn't been found. I wonder what it looks like from above, considering this is all cleared out. Presumably it was forest at one point.
I would be curious to know. I guess Victor could hop on his broom, but
We'll do that
Probably
later.
I don't think we should do that.
Well
We'll do
received.
it later.
Which one's your house?
Which one is my house?
Your house is towards the center of town. The Faircue homestead is
Her house.
one of the
In middle
ones.
of
I
the
believe it's
House.
kind of on the southeastern
town.
portion of the main square. Your family has always been kind of associated with the main square because your family's traditionally had elders in it throughout
This-
history. I would say
this
that
one?
one.
This
probably
one?
would be
Okay.
the Faircue estate. Yes. All right. Are we ready to head in? Okay.
I don't know. Are we?
We're ready. My home is just near the center of town.
Has it changed since you've been here?
You can't really see it from here. It's still like half a mile out.
Not your home specifically, but Rouan in general.
There's a couple more farmsteads.
There's a few more farmsteads that I don't recognize, but
Eve, it's lovely.
thank you.
It is beautiful. I was expecting something more dreary and creepy.
Were you?
Yeah,
Thank you.
like I don't know.
Beauty on the outside, terror
But it-
on the inside.
Some places the Eight Rings to hang out can be really weird and seedy, so it's cool.
It might be a little Stepfoot Wives-ish. We have yet to find out.
What is that?
What is that?
I don't read much, or I haven't in the last couple of
Old
years.
elves tale.
Right.
Yeah.
Old elves tale.
So you guys head on in. It doesn't take long to get to that first farmstead, and you're just passing by a couple of the water barrels when a figure jumps out from behind them, and she raises up her arms and she goes peekaboo, and it looks like a 2-year-old girl in kind of a green homespun cloak, or not cloak but dress, and she's got kind of this shock of red hair, and then she just laughs hysterically as she believes that she scared you all.
Yeah, Sarah will like scream and fall down on the ground.
Victor will follow suit.
And be like, "Ah, you
If
terrified
she ever looks at, well, hello.
Is this one of the new homesteads?
No, this is a familiar homestead, and you hear a voice say, "Eve, where are you, little girl?" And the door opens up, and a man steps out.
We've gone back in time.
And he's
That's young Eve.
got a chiseled jaw. He looks like he's probably about in his early 20s, much the same age you are. He's got kind of this auburn hair that's kind of a little bit messy, sort of like the girl, but his is just kind of cut shorter and just a little bit curlier. And he steps out. He's got regular kind of slacks on and a white shirt. And he goes, "I'm gonna find you, little." And he looks up and he sees you, and he says, "Eve."
Ari?
And he runs up to you, and he grabs you up into a big hug, and he kisses you
Yeah.
like on the mouth.
on the mouth.
Ooh.
Victor's gonna put his hand on
Eve
Sarah's
will
shoulder.
hug him back.
Okay. And he after a few moments he breaks the kiss and he goes, "Sorry, I didn't get to do that before you left.
It's okay. It's so good to see you. I've missed
It's
you.
good to see you too. Where have you been? Who are these people that you brought with you? What's going on, Eve?"
So much has happened. I want to tell you everything. These are my friends.
Hello, fellow masochist.
Hi.
Uh,
I'm sorry. I'm a little overwhelmed. Hi. I'm Arwellin. West.
Hi, overwhelmed. I'm Bolt.
This little girl is yours.
Oh, and she again has like hid behind the barrels, and she jumps out at you and says peekaboo once again. And he goes, yes, Eve, come here. And the little girl comes over and he goes, You remember my sister's daughter?
My goddaughter, yes.
Yeah. Come here. And he picks her up and everything. He goes, she's, well, there was a sickness that went through the village last year, and her parents didn't survive. So she's in my care now.
You're a father now.
In a manner of speaking, yes.
I'm so sorry.
For me to father. Sorry.
No, I'm not sorry. I am sorry for the circumstances in which it happened. Don't mind him.
That was out of game. You have kids? I'm so sorry.
I say that to people all the time at the store.
In the store.
Like, you have
He's
kids?
like,
Me too.
I'm so sorry.
The best.
I mean,
worst roommates.
thank you for saying sorry. Obviously, like, this is a little weird. This is a lot weird.
It is for me too. Trust me. Who are my parents? Okay.
You have what's your perception, by the way?
Passive?
Yes.
17.
17. You do see, as this is going on, as this conversation is going on, that an older elven woman has left the house from the garden side, and she is making her way up the road at kind of a fast clip.
I'm gonna go track her. I'm gonna just quietly, like...
Okay. And he goes, your dad's in the meeting, the weekly meeting.
It is a Wednesday, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Eve. I'm sorry about your mother.
She died?
Yeah, maybe he should explain it better. So you're following up the road. We're gonna go ahead and cut away from that for a moment.
I'm
while
like
you
really gonna
process-
cry. That's horrible.
While you process that, you're heading up after this woman, and she looks back because she is definitely glancing back, and she sees you, and she starts like going faster. She looks pretty old though, like for an elf. Like elves don't really. Yeah. I guess actually, pretty much technically everybody in this village is a half elf by this point, but she's aged gracefully.
Yeah.
But she's still like definitely not as fast as you.
I will just catch up to her and be like, it's a lovely stroll, and put my arm around
And
it.
she goes, and she just starts screaming, "Help!" Like immediately, like "Help, intruders! Help! Help!"
Put my hand over my mouth. Right, no one's here to hurt you. I'm just a lowly hunter who has stumbled upon this village.
And she just like keeps like screaming and kicking and everything.
Calm down. You're making this difficult.
You're probably about, I would say about 300 yards from the town proper at this point. And you do see people like shuffling and like looking into the distance, and there's some cries of alarm, and you can see actually they're grabbing something out of houses and they're starting their way towards you.
Do we see this? Any of this?
If you guys want to, if you're busy with Eve, probably in the middle of a total breakdown at this point.
Pretty oblivious to anything else going on.
I'd be keen to not let Sarah kill the other guy for kissing you. So
I was well.
Like your scalping knife, your back is just like smiling.
I was getting ready to
Barrett.
do or say something, and then that bomb dropped, and so she's gonna not.
Yeah.
I will say, look what you're doing. Everyone's paying attention. Look, see this ascot, the scarf. My mother made it for me. She looks a lot like you. You remind me of her. That's why I came over here.
She's like whimpering in panic at this point. Give me a persuasion check at disadvantage if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, exactly. That's the whimpering.
14?
14? Yeah, she's definitely not like in any sort of like mood to hear you out.
Please don't make me do this. Please.
And at this point, there are a couple people in range, and they do have they have these long metal tubes with kind of like an elongated piece at the front, and they have it almost looks like a crossbow stock. And they stop and they like aim it at you and they say, "Let her go."
Misunderstanding.
And
She looks exactly like my mother.
And she
Who made me
starts-
this scarf?
She starts running out, like still shrieking, intruders, heading right for that main building. And they go, "Put down your weapons, please."
I'm just a lowly hunter. I'll take my pack and sit down. Wandered in here by mistake, clearly.
Clearly. But we can't really let you wander out by mistake now. We have to have a talk first. So can you get on the ground for me?
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Expert,
So
go get the others.
your owl flies off of your shoulder, and one of them like jerks, and you hear a
I'll try and like stand up.
Okay. So
Oh shoot, he
just
just
roll an attack roll
died!
against-
No!
What is his AC?
Oh, I don't know.
Remember, he is wearing chainmail now because we
yes.
made him
What does that take him up to?
I think it's like 15.
Chain's a 16. I don't know if it's
16?
like
But
the
if he's
same
an
as
owl,
what
if he's
players
an owl,
wear.
does
but-
he not
So his
provoke
AC is
opportunity
11.
attacks?
So his AC is a 16.
So 16.
If he's an owl, does he not provoke opportunity attacks?
No, it was more like a readied action that he provoked there.
What's the range of the blunderbuss?
The shot does go wide and doesn't hit Expert. And the other ones like turn their guns back to you and they're like, back on the ground.
Easy now. That is just my bird.
Meanwhile, the rest of
Scared.
you, like, Eve, what happened when you heard this
What have I
news?
done?
Did you, like, I need to know what's going on here.
I'm not
She
following,
would just fall to her knees and begin crying. And probably reach out for Ari.
Okay. And he's going to like kind of kneel down with you and set Eve, the other Eve, off to the side a little bit, and he's just gonna like kind of embrace you and put you on his shoulder. It's okay. I know. I'm so sorry. And then you all
I'm
hear
truly in shock right now.
crack-ow as the gunshot goes off. And he looks up and he goes, "Where's your friend?"
Who is Ezra?
He has explosive diarrhea sometimes. He has to go really quickly.
Ixburn comes fluttering back and lands on, we'll say, what, Eve? No, you're busy. Bolt. Lands on your shoulder and kind of starts pecking your head.
All right. I'll go find out what's up with Ezra.
I probably need to be there. They don't know who you are.
It's okay, Eve. You need to take as much time as you need.
I don't want my friends to be... They can't be in danger. Please, Ari, will you go with them?
Yeah. Yes, of course. Would you watch after we'll leave?
Yes.
Okay. And she comes over and she just like hugs you.
Oh.
Yeah. And he stands up and he says,
spells.
Well, let's go.
let's go. And he's going to lead you.
We'll move towards the sound.
Yes. He's going to lead you over there, and by this point there is quite the crowd gathered. Quite a few blunderbusses out.
Ezra, where did you go?
And like more people start like raising their weapons.
This is
and,
before I crest like a little hill.
yeah.
Right.
And then Bolt comes around the hill, and
Ezra.
there's just a lot of scream of like magic. There's magic in the village.
No, he's not magic. He's just metal.
And then Ari comes over and he says, "Everyone, please put down your weapons. Eve's back." And there's a quiet murmur that goes through the crowd. And he says, "Somebody go get the elders." And sure enough, as he says that, 3 people break their way through the crowd. One of them is kind of a sharper featured man. One of them is very like thin-faced, and he's got kind of a silvery mustache. He looks more elven than the rest of them, or mustache and goatee. And the third is sort of a portly woman with black hair up in a bun. And they look around and they say, "All right, what's going on over here?" And he goes, "Darian, your daughter's back." And Darian kind of like has this moment of like he looks like he's about to step forward and like rush, and then just goes, where is she? Over at the homestead." And he goes, "Right. And who are these? Friends of hers, I guess. I didn't really get their names too quickly before."
Hi, I'm Bolt.
"What are you, Bolt?"
I'm a construct.
"Right." And one of the women steps forward, the portly woman, and she goes, "So, you're made of magic, then?"
Oh, no, mostly wood and metal.
Mm-hmm. And what powers you?
I assume my soul.
And that
He
dog.
eats and poops. He's normal.
I don't poop.
He has.
I've been trying a lot, but it's very unsuccessful.
This is going very
Need some kombucha.
Only bricks come out.
Waffle rings.
Give me a persuasion check.
This is going horribly.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's going about as well as I thought it would.
A 6.
What'd you get for trying to
and she turns to the one that they refer to as Darian, and she goes, Darian, these are obviously outsiders, and one of them is obviously magic. We have protocols for this. And he stops because he's about halfway past you guys. And he goes, would you all please abide by our rules and lay down your weapons while we sort this out?
Done.
Yeah. Sorry, we'll put her glaive down.
Did you come with us, or are you back at the homestead?
I don't know. You know what? Well, yeah, Sari's having a hard time right now.
Yeah.
Sorry. I think, no, don't. This is good
You
story.
didn't even prep her. How rude.
I was telling Cory today, I was like, I have so much stress over this. Like, should I tell her beforehand?
Yeah.
Should I tell her and let it be awkward then? Or should we let it be awkward when it comes up?
No, it's more natural when it happens live.
Victor would be staying at kind of east
It's like
side.
a
It's like that.
scene.
Yeah.
He's that seeing what's happening and just trying to stand watch over Eve. So I'll be
So she initially would have been like really bristling, right? Like when Ari like planted one on Eve, and then when he dropped the bomb of like the news about her mom being dead, she would have been like taking a step forward to try to like comfort her, and then she like fell into his arms, and she would have just been like,
Okay.
not anger.
Just starts
not
fiddling
anger.
with the communication.
All of our experiences mean nothing to you?
Yeah, not anger, more
betrayal.
hurt, and yet not wanting to like, do you know what I mean? I think she's hopefully emotionally intelligent enough to be like, this is not the time.
This moment is not about me.
Yeah, exactly. And so she's just like stone faced, just following whoever's leading. She's just following at this point.
Yeah. So you went with Bolt.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you, Victor, you said you stayed behind still. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I'd just be like that, silent, just kind of like solemn.
So while you guys lay down your weapons and they start to circle around you a little bit more than they are Seredan, because A, you didn't lay down any weapons, and B, you look very much like a magical being, right?
Yep.
More so than any other creature that they've seen before. We'll kind of go back down the hill where Eve is probably still on the ground, I would assume.
Yeah.
Okay. And little Eve is like kind of hugging you tightly, and she'll like lean back every now and then. She'll try and like do that little like 2-year-old trying to like touch your face, wipe your tears thing, but it's very much like, I appreciate it, but you don't know how
But
to.
your fingers are really sticky.
Yeah. You're not very dexterous at this point. Kind of thing, right?
Finger in the eyeball.
I don't even know what to do. My mother is dead. I need to see my father. She'll stand up and pick up little Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And she will turn to her friends.
Which is just Victor. At this
Just
point.
Vicky.
Victor,
What can I do?
we need to find my father. And I need to speak with him. I have no idea what is happening. Let's go see what's going on.
All right.
We'll walk.
Would you like me to carry the little one? She can ride on my shoulders.
Is that okay with you, Eve?
Come here.
Watch the knives.
Yeah. And then he'll make sure that they're all like on his shoulders. Nothing on his like.
Yep, and she grabs onto the blindfold like that you wear around as a bandana now, like it's a it's reins, and definitely like she's using that to hold on.
Quite strong for your age.
Eve, this is my friend Victor.
Nice to meet you, Eve.
Vicar.
You can call me Vicky.
Vicky. It's not actually like too long as you're traveling back up the trail before you hear, Eve, is it really you? And then you see Darian, your father, crest the hill. Which
Antlers and all.
Darian?
turns out he's been there all along.
Two
No.
Eves. Sorry to make things complicated, folks.
This is all you, by the way.
There's a
It is all
this whole
me.
town. How many bolts are in this town?
How many bolts? There's a lot of bolts, but they are like regular bolts. They're holding the buttresses.
Ooh.
Buttresses?
The battery.
When he sees you, he's gonna run up to you and he's just gonna hug you. Like, and he kisses. No, I'm just kidding. That would be,
More kissing.
Yeah.
Victor will, like, as they're approaching, he'll slow his pace and let them have their space.
And he'll like hug you fiercely and he'll be like, "Girl, I thought that I had lost you forever."
Father, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left.
Why did you leave?
There's so much to say and so much to talk. Is it true? Is Mother really gone?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was 6 months ago. She was sympathizing with magic, and she wasn't using. But we set her out for her punishment, and when we came back from the storm, there was nothing left.
Oh my.
Eve will just push her father away and say, "You monster!"
And he's
Murder the village. Murder the village.
It wasn't me who did it.
You're on the Council of Elders.
Yeah.
You signed her death certificate, basically.
The ancestors decided that she wasn't worthy of it. I didn't decide for her to use magic or sympathize with it.
She is your wife!
And it was a very hard decision for me, but that is how our life is. And what about you? You think you could just run off for 2 years and then come back and tell me that everything's okay? Or that I'm the monster?
Father, we need to have a conversation, and I don't think out in the open is the best place to do it.
Yes, we do. Because I have to take you into custody.
While this is happening, Victor will be take the little Eve and set her on the floor and put himself between them and just kind of like distract her and
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, she's definitely
keeping her attention so that way.
Mm-hmm. She actually reaches into a pouch, not to break up this amazing scene, but she reaches into like her little like front pouch on her dress and she pulls out like a red chili pepper and offers it to you.
Oh, delicious! Thank you.
Yeah. And then she takes another one out and she just bites into it and just starts chewing on it.
And then Victor, he does not do well with that.
It is very spicy. It is extremely spicy, but she doesn't seem to care. And he says, "I need you to turn in your arms. That we need to take you in."
Fine by me. She'll hand over her long sword.
And it's not a long sword anymore, actually.
It's snake
it's
holes?
a piece, yeah.
I'll hand you over my snake holes.
And then he looks at it. He's like, "Eve, what have you gotten yourself into?"
What does it matter to you, Father?
Come along.
Okay.
And he's gonna guide you back up the hill carrying your weapon. So
Come, little Eve, let's go. I'll take her with me up to the top of the hill.
Yep,
and
she definitely just takes her hand and continues munching on her chili pepper.
And he's like, because I'm at this point like 7 feet tall or something, so I'm like,
oh yeah, because you grew a few
crouching.
inches. Yeah. So the rest of you have just been kind of standing around in a standoff, and Darian comes back and drops Eve's weapon at we'll say Seredan's feet. That sounds fun. Yeah. And then Eve steps up next to whoever you want, followed by Victor. And Ari comes over and takes Eve and actually looks at Victor and kind of gives you a nod like of thanks. And Darian kind of straightens himself out and he turns around and he says, "This is unprecedented. Usually we don't have this many visitors at once. We only have technically the one jail cell, so I'm going to ask you to be respectful of our culture, and you will be using this house." And he waves his hand over it, a house that kind of looks like it's not really been well cared for, but it's been cared for enough that it's not in disrepair. For the time being, you'll be under heavy watch while we decide what to do with you.
We have peaceful intentions.
You have brought a lot into our village and risked our safety.
I have risked your safety, Father. They've done nothing.
Well, you brought them here then.
So I should be punished and not them.
We're supposed to let them wander around the village on their own then?
We will respect your ways. And Victor will pull out his dagger, one by one.
It's like the scene in a movie.
All blunderbusses are on you at this point.
The garter.
Everything, including
he rolls up his pant leg.
Sets it down.
Sets it down.
And including there's the little vial that he's attuned to with a needle inside.
Okay. That one draws a couple like curious stares. One person, by the way, that is in the crowd with the blunderbusses is Tyrion, and he kind of looks a little flabbergasted to see you, but he doesn't really look too happy or like he's really focusing on you. He's just trying to like do his job.
Yeah.
And he's got kind of like a softer features. He's still a little bit more well built than you remember. He was a blacksmith apprentice when you left, and depending on like the actual like nicer clothes that he's wearing, the way that his hair is pulled back into kind of the black ponytail, he definitely looks like he's probably been promoted to blacksmith, which means he's a little better off than typical. And so Darian is going to point to the house and he says, "Please step inside."
Eve will turn to Sari and say, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Evie, for your loss. I don't know what to say.
We shouldn't have come here.
"No, you shouldn't have," says the portly woman. "Now, step inside. You can talk in there." This is Tia. You remember her as one of the council elders.
Yeah, she's a bitch.
Yeah. Tia Ruckreaver.
She's quite rude.
What's the last name?
Ruckreaver.
Yeah, she is a rock reaver.
It used to be Muckweaver, but we decided to change it. Okay. So are you guys moving inside, or are you still standing out?
We go where Eve goes.
Is that old lady, half elven lady still around?
She is, yeah, she's basically like clutching on to Ari and gushing like, "Oh, it was so terrible."
I'm gonna give her a wink and keep walking in.
Eve, if this is what you believe
This
is
poor
this
lady
your
PTSD.
people and what they want to do, I will go where you command.
Tia, they will go into this house as you've requested, but I ask that you treat them with civility. They mean you no harm. We've come here under we have peaceful intentions.
Eve, you were always a really slow learner in classes. You came here and brought them into our village, breaching our security. You know how much we value that.
I understand.
And you standing around discussing things out in the open and disrupting the normal flow of the village is not helping. Please, go inside and discuss in there, and we will call you when it's time.
Don't you have some corn to shuck or something?
Well, I never. She straightens up.
I never shuck corn. Let's eat it through the.
It's the Masochist way.
Yeah.
They eat corn whole. Wait. I know what I said. That's bad.
We really need to cut that one out.
Yep, let's
No, absolutely not. Keep it.
Reel that one back in.
Oh boy.
It's up to you.
Okay. Let's go inside. Do I get to go in here too?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're
Not gonna make me go.
no,
Okay.
not at this time. It looks like this is something that has never happened in the history of their village. Like, they've gotten an occasional like hunter that wandered in, or somebody who specifically sought them out, but it's typically like one person, and so they're not really prepared for a group of people.
I don't see any familiar faces in the audience, do we?
Go ahead and roll me.
Particularly ones that I carved names in their door.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, he does not live in a room.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're good.
Yep.
He was from
The other
The
one.
other
that
Master's
one,
community.
Yep. Okay, so you guys head inside. The door closes behind you. You can hear you can hear Tia say, "Everyone, back to your business, except for those of you in the militia. Let's keep an eye on our guests." And then she kind of wanders off, presumably back into the meeting chamber where she came from. Back into the hole she crawled out of. Sorry, I don't like her either.
What?
She's not very nice.
What have they done with our weapons?
You look out the window. Okay, yeah, you kind of look out the window, and
Weaponized.
they have gathered your weapons up into like a crate, and there's a little bit of debate about what to do, and then you see Tyrion kind of gesture over to his blacksmith, and they take it over there and they set it down in the blacksmith.
Down.
I'm thinking about summoning it. Because it's my hex weapon, so I could.
That's a good idea.
Oh yeah, that'll go well.
Let me know
Disappearing
before you do,
weapons.
because I can pull all mine too.
So, if we're in the house for a little bit, I want to open the door and get that crouch, step out, and find the closest militia person.
As soon as you step out, the two that were guarding the door flip around and they've got their blunderbusses aimed at you.
Those are very ingenious-looking weapons. What are they?
Give me a persuasion check. With disadvantage. You guys will be making disadvantage persuasion checks for probably a little bit here.
They have to be magic. So, that was a 19 on the high one. 13?
13. He goes, thanks. Well, we all kind of know how to care for him, but the blacksmith makes them.
Do they shoot something? Or just make a lot of noise?
We're not really supposed to talk to you, sorry.
Can I see one?
Absolutely
I'm
not.
very curious about it.
No. Please go back inside.
All right. Well, if you change your mind, you know where to find me.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it sounds like
Changed my mind. I should let the prisoner have this weapon.
They sound
Sure.
like if they don't understand them, it seems like magic to me.
They did say that they all know how to
Clean them,
clean
and care for
them
them.
and care for them. Yeah.
But they don't know.
I wasn't trying to
They
take.
didn't.
Look, I wasn't trying to take the weapon.
I understand. I completely understand that Bolt was literally just curious. It's just they're not going to hand over a weapon or tell you how it works.
Magic is just science we don't understand yet, right?
What's Eve doing?
Yeah.
Just sitting in a corner. Yeah.
Eve, your mother sounded like an amazing person, and I'm sad that I didn't get to meet her.
She's dead because of me.
No. Never blame yourself for that.
I am the magic
How is it
user
your
that
fault?
she sympathized
You don't know
for
that, do you?
with.
And what would have happened had you not talked to her and she had not protected you?
We'd both be dead. But this was a mistake. We should not have come back here. I'm so sorry.
No, Eve, you should not blame yourself. You know, it seemed to me, forgive me, I could hear what you were saying to your father, but it did not seem like he knew you had magic until you handed him magic item, yes?
That's true.
So perhaps it is not your fault. Perhaps she was protecting someone else, and in my mind, it's all the more honor to her and her ability to help people.
How long has it been since you left?
2 years?
And they murdered her 6 months ago?
It wasn't you.
Sarah will just kind of slide down the wall until she's sitting down next to Eve. And said, "It's not your fault, Evie."
I know. I know. Rationally, I know that, but my heart is just broken, and I just always thought I'd see her again, and I have all these letters that I was going to give her, telling her about all of you, and now she'll never get to know who you are. My most loved friends.
Perhaps it's not too late for her. We could perhaps bring her to a larger city.
Well, now, hold on.
Her body was gone, and it came back.
Right. That
Maybe
was what
she's
I was
not
about to say.
Dead.
Maybe she ran away.
There's no proof that she was actually killed.
Maybe the trio helped her out as well.
I know this might be hard, but in the past, when they've judged others in this same fashion, generally speaking, is there evidence of the person remaining after you guys go check on them?
Yes.
Clothing, bones, etc.
Was it inside
Yes.
the boundaries of the town or outside?
What?
Typically, they'd probably take you into the woods a little bit. They
To
wouldn't
the
be.
woods. It's time to go.
Like, and what Victor's getting at is where because the trio could not enter the space. Are they putting them in the trio's domain?
That's a good question.
You know what always helps with difficult times is food. We should
I was
see.
going to say whiskey, yes.
I'm going to look. I'm going to see if there's any food in the kitchen somewhere.
No,
here.
bare pantries.
They didn't take our pack. But they didn't take our pouches,
you
did they?
You do have your rations and everything.
Let's whip up something.
Sarah will just pull out a Luna berry.
Everyone
that
gets high off Luna
that
berries.
She had in her pouch.
We got some time.
And she'll just hand it to Eve and just be like, "You think she really would have liked me?"
I know she would have.
There's a knock on the door.
I'll open it.
Okay. Ari is standing there, and he's got a basket, and he says, hello, Bolt.
Yes.
Right. I didn't know if you guys had any food, and so I grabbed a little bit from the farm. I thought I'd bring it by. How's Eve doing?
As you can probably guess, not well.
I would assume so. There's some corn and other vegetables in here. There's some chili peppers that little Eve wanted to give you guys. She's obsessed with them lately.
I will take a chili pepper and eat one.
They're really hot. Be
It
careful.
is actually you can tell that it is very spicy. Here, and he hands you the basket. He says, I know it's not the most welcome to Rouan that you probably were expecting, but hopefully we can get this mess cleared up.
We hope so as well. Thank you for this. I will let you know.
You're welcome. I also heard that you were harassing the guards earlier. Do I need to be concerned?
Harassing?
Their words.
I was asking them about their weapons. Very fascinating. I'm a tinkerer myself.
Oh, really? Well, maybe I'll send Tyrion by. He makes most of them now. So
Yeah. If he's got some time, I'd love to talk to him about it.
We'll see. Give Eve my best.
I will. Thank you.
And he closes the door for you, since you have a basket in your hands.
Yep. I'll go ahead and just bring it in and set it down. And I'm assuming you probably heard that, unless this house has got multiple levels and you're
it's
upstairs.
very much like all the homesteads here they're enough to hold a family, but it's not really there's no
like a main room and then a sleeping room.
Yeah, and there's a loft.
They all pile up in the corner in a puppy pile and fall asleep.
That's the masochist way.
Yeah. The mastiff way.
So, what do you guys do for several hours? It's going to be a little bit here. I think
I'm going to try and cook up
a little bit.
some like homemade orcish menu.
Okay.
Whatever I can.
Orcish chili.
Yeah.
Start a little fire. I'll use firebolt. Start a little fire in the chimney.
Just a little. And the guard's should we check?
Victor will pull one of the leaves from the iron tree, or the stuff that I had from there, and use that as a knife to help prepare stuff with you.
Yeah. And just make up some comfort food.
Sarah's just going to be sitting next to Eve.
And Victor will offer, listen, if you need a stiff drink, I've got vodka and this little, whatever, boot canteen thing.
I still have that jug of Rockhopper
take
Clan
it.
vodka.
It's probably kind of low at this point.
Maybe.
Thank you, Victor.
If you need anything, we'll be over there. Okay. Keep an eye on her.
Yeah, Eve is just kind of shutting down a little bit.
All makes sense.
Do you eat once the food is prepared? Roll me a performance check.
Can I assist?
Orcish chili is
I will
not
assist. I will
really
so you
known
get
for-
advantage.
Yep.
Okay. It's
Not much better? Would you like my performance?
Performance?
I have like a...
A 9.
Yeah. So I would say if you're trying to make an edible meal, it's survival. If you're trying to make a good tasting meal, it's performance. Is what I'll probably.
No, I was
declare.
trying to make a good tasting meal.
Yeah. It's fine. It's not anything. The peppers here are a lot spicier than you expected.
Yeah.
I could have cut this...
This chili is a bit on the spicy side. The peppers they gave us are a little too hot.
I think it's great.
It's not traditional, but it works.
Sorry, I couldn't cut it very finely. That's not as good. If you get the garlic with a razor blade, cut it.
But does
That's
Eve
like butter.
partake in the meal, or is she just gonna?
No.
It's
Yeah.
alright. I wouldn't eat it anyways.
No, it smells lovely. I'm sure it is. Just can't eat.
I
It
understand.
smells lovely. Your eyes are watering from across the room.
It's the tears
Yeah.
I'm shedding for my mother.
Yeah.
It's not the onion. And then there's another knock on the door after a few hours.
I will open it up.
Okay.
And do the whole lean down thing.
The lurch. You're gonna do the lurch.
Yeah.
The guard, one of the guards with the blunderbuss, kind of like takes a step back as you like lean through the door, and he goes, "They want to talk to Eve."
Alone? Oh, sorry, you answered.
You can hear her.
Alone?
Alone.
Okay.
If
That's
only
not
if Eve is okay with that.
It's fine.
Are you sure?
These people are my friends and family.
I mean, I don't think this gentleman here could stop us. I will say that out loud.
Friends and family usually don't kill friends and family, though.
I didn't say kill him. Just say
No,
you couldn't
no.
stop
No,
us.
I meant
Oh.
friends and family.
Eve will just like look down at her hand that still has the black soot mark on it.
Yeah.
Say, I'll be okay.
If you need anything, cry out. Nothing will stop us from coming to you.
Okay.
Not even this
This
guy
way.
with the loud stick.
How far away will you be?
I imagine they're taking me to the House of Peace.
Yes. Which is probably about. So you're in. If you look at the map, on the other side, the other house that's in the main square. Basically, the opposite side of
This one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay.
So they'll be taking you. It's probably. We'll just say it's about like 200 yards or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yell really loud.
I can probably hear you, maybe.
The watchman says, "Ma'am,
Do you want to take it?
Do I know him? I mean,
you know everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's,
what's his name?
We'll call him Brenwith.
Brenwith?
Brenwith. Yep.
Thank you, Brenwith.
Do you want to take it?
I call him Shaky.
Shaky.
Perhaps have experienced it on
No.
the top of the building.
It's okay.
Yeah, Brenwith I think was like 16 when you left.
I'm gonna.
So you kind of had similar circles, but yeah.
Is there a window at the back of this house?
There's a door at the back of this house.
I'm going to open a window and see if there's a guard nearby.
Yeah, there are two guards standing out behind
Okay.
you. One of them looks over at you, and he's kind of looks
Just
over at
fanning
you,
a
and
fart.
his
Don't mind me.
and he pulls his weapon back just a little bit.
My bird needs to stretch its wings.
Do you
Go
communicate
cuckoo.
with that bird of yours?
It's just an owl, just a friend. Again, I'm just a lowly
It's
hunter.
starting to poop on the furniture. Let it go.
All right.
Keep an eye on Eve.
Okay. The express is going to take off as you go across the village. You do pass by kind of an 8-foot tall slate oblong, kind of an ovalish stone that has a bunch of different sashes tied to it. The sash stone, and you do get a quick glance at it. Typically, they keep the family members who die. They keep them there for about 5 years before they lay the sash to rest officially. So you do see one associated with Ari's sister and her husband, basically on the same sash there. But you don't see one for your mother because she was ostracized when her death happened, so she wouldn't have gotten a sash.
Once she's like gone and across the street or whatever, I'm gonna cast Song of the Unseen.
Okay.
And
We
The guard's like,
know,
someone,
right?
someone singing?
If he is.
Do you get to choose if we can see you or not, right?
it doesn't say. It
Yeah.
just says
The-
it says
nope.
any creature that can hear the melody begins to forget you are there, remembering only vague recollections of you. Until the
Yeah.
song
Once
ends.
Seredan is gone, you'll be able to tell that she left, and
Just while we're hearing it, we can't.
Mhm, yeah, while you're hearing it, you're not really focusing on you're not really thinking about her. So you open up the door, you step outside. I'm going to say that this is a very hostile situation. So what is the DC that they have to meet?
It is a 17 of wisdom.
Okay. The two guards, the two watchmen are just kind of oblivious. they, like I said, they go like, what? Is someone singing? Yeah. Kind of a nice melody, and then they just keep on with their day. And so you could basically just follow.
Yeah.
What is the song?
It's
Nobody knows.
it's I mean, I could sing it for you.
Is it
sing it for us.
An
We wanna hear
song?
It is. I don't know Gaelic, and so I couldn't pronounce the words. But
Yeah.
the melody goes. It's a little Celtic sounding, right? It's like.
Where is Sarah?
Like that.
Who is Sarah?
And she'll-
When is Sarah?
Why is
And yeah, she'll keep a distance. She's not going to be like right behind anybody.
Yeah, so Brenwith takes you up to the big, basically the front of the House of Peace has stone columns leading to a double set of brass doors, and when they open, it opens up into kind of this large domed structure, and it's all made out of granite, I believe is the stone there, and so it's kind of a lighter color, and he'll open up the door and he'll say, "In you go."
Thank you, Brenwith. You've grown up quite a bit since I last saw you.
Thanks. I'm actually getting really close to my wedding date.
Are you?
Yeah.
Who? I can't remember who you were matched with.
Chalisa.
Congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Yeah. Did you hear about Tyrion?
No.
Well, he leans in and he goes,
Wait, Tyrion or Darian?
Tyrion.
Tyrion.
The blacksmith.
Yeah.
Yes.
The blacksmith. He goes, got married to Winnie.
He did not.
Yep. Apparently they matched up pretty well, and now they were expecting their first kid.
That brings me so much joy.
Yeah. They seem content. You know how they were growing up, though. So, anyway, I gotta get back to. Anyway.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Brenwith.
And he walks off and he goes, I need to get a couple more people over there. They said that they could mow right through us. I don't really know. But yeah, the doors are open for you to head
Bring
inside.
as many as you want. It's not going to stop us.
Winnie, right?
Yes, Winnie. W-I-N-N-Y.
We already did the math.
She was
6 versus 120.
so you had your little trio of
Average
troublemakers
Yeah.
that you, Ari, and Tyrion were thick as thieves, and Winnie was often the one to spoil your fun, right? She was kind of the tattletale. You knew the reason why is because she actually had a thing for Ari, and she was trying to get his attention. But Tyrion was just absolutely annoyed and oblivious about that, and was just annoyed with her all the time.
Interesting.
Yeah. So them being paired together, it's either the matchmaker being a little kind of meddling a little bit where she shouldn't, or just having some fun, or maybe they were a good match. You're not really sure.
Interesting. Okay.
So you head inside. The large room has it's circular. It's got grand tapestries that kind of show like pictures of Rouan and kind of thing like that. Like everybody contributes to tapestries around here. It's like quilting, it's a major sport. And
Yes.
there are 7 chairs.
That's why they
kind of
were
surrounding-
eyeing that needle.
Oh yeah, like, ooh, a new needle. There are 7 chairs sitting around kind of a central circle that has an old kind of iron ring in the ground, and that's where they typically chain accused. The 6 of them are occupied. You've got on one side, you have Darian, Nellium Trueweaver, which is another. Like these are all the elders, right? And Tia, and then on the other side, the 3 are Shay Clearstone, Quaffrus Dableros, and he's the elf with the thin beard. He's always been kind of the kooky older elder.
What was his name again?
His name is Quaffros. And then Wysanala is the last one, Ashen Spark, and she's just kind of sitting there. You didn't really know her as well as the other ones, but she's
Have all of them, they were all
Yeah,
Council of the Elder
Yep.
when I left.
Yep, it's only been a couple years, and the oldest among them is Quaffros, and he is an elf or an Eladrin technically.
Okay.
So he's very much like I'll
super
be here for a
magical
while, until I decide to retire. That
Yes.
kind of thing.
A super magical raise.
Can Sarah like slip in? to
Yeah.
the
Go ahead
room?
and give me just a quick. Let's just do a stealth check for you, with advantage, obviously. just to kind of cover to see if anybody might
It's
notice.
15.
15. Yeah, so you managed to slip in, humming your soft tune. It registers for just a moment in Eve's mind before it's nothing. It's almost like you're just kind of hearing like Sarah encouraging you for a second there. But yeah, you managed to like slip around, and there is obviously there's a 7th open seat in the front, and that's left for the ancestors as kind of a symbolic gesture of they're always with us in spirit.
Technical question.
Yeah.
So the duration for the spell is 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
If I wanted to continually cast
Mm-hmm.
and say like recast it right as it ends or right before it ends, would there be a moment of it like not working? Do you know what I mean? Or could I overlap it essentially?
I think
If you
I wouldn't
recast,
see.
you should restart the timer.
Yeah, I wouldn't see any issue of you being like final
Like,
round.
visible for a second, like bloop.
I wouldn't think that is the case.
Did you? Oh.
Obviously, like
just
that would
forget again.
happen, right?
Sure.
Is they would see you for a moment and then
Forget
they'd be
about
like, wait. I must be seeing things out of the corner of my eye, which might be concerning to Mastivis. But I
Sure.
don't think that there would be an instance where I would be like, oh yeah, you have to wait until the 10 minutes is up and to cast a spell again. No, like at 9 minutes and 59 seconds, like if you're counting, you can just cast the
Sure.
spell again.
Okay.
So we'll just say for now, just the one spell slot's
Yeah.
being used, and I'll let you
Let me know.
if there's another one that needs to
Yeah.
be used, because this may take a little bit.
Sure.
Start a timer.
Yeah, and the elders are waiting for you. They're just waiting for you to step into the circle.
Okay. Eve will step into the circle. Just say, the wind is long.
Oh, Grandpa. And it is short. It says, they all say in unison. And Tia actually leans forward and she goes, I will be taking point for these questions.
Oh, do you know who she is? Professor Umbridge.
She goes, why have you returned, Eve? And I guess, more importantly, why did you leave?
Well, I do not wish to be dishonest. You will not like what I have to say, but I will tell you the truth. I left here because my mother noticed that I was displaying magical tendencies.
And they all like lean back a little bit, and Darian looks pale.
Yeah. This was not something that I had any control over, or anything that I wanted to happen. It just happened. And she knew that she would rather have her daughter live a life away from her than have her see her daughter killed. And so she helped me escape. And I feel like I can tell you this now since she's no longer here. So I left, and I have been living throughout all of Aneria with my friends, whom I found along the way. And we've been helping people who cannot help themselves.
With magic.
Yes, with magic.
And Tia looks about to speak, and then Quaffros leans forward and goes, why would you risk execution and come back here?
For several reasons. First of all, I miss my parents. And she'll look to her father.
Darian kind of looks a little like he keeps your eyes for just a moment, and then he just kind of like looks down in a way, like. Yeah.
And of course, I'm heartbroken that I will never see my mother again. But I also, and maybe I'm a fool for thinking I could change your minds, but I would love to show you that magic is not bad.
There's a little murmur that goes through everybody at that. Let's go ahead and have you give me the first of what might be many persuasion checks.
Okay.
This
At
one is going to
disadvantage?
be with disadvantage. Yes.
How big is this room?
It's probably 50-foot radius.
Natural
so 100
one.
foot. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely this
You said 50-foot radius?
If we have to rely on our
Every good
rolls,
persuasion starts out with a rocky start, right?
if we have to rely on our rolls to convince them, we're screwed.
The dice decide,
Yep.
like Victor was saying.
Hmm.
I can send you the names of the elders, by the way.
Oh,
So-
thank you so much.
To think that you could convince us that magic is anything but evil, while proving to us that magic is evil by bringing in these outsiders and committing heinous acts out in the world.
What heinous acts have I committed?
And she goes to speak, and Shea raises her hand and says, Eve is correct in that. She didn't say that she's committed any heinous acts, just that she's been helping people.
And I have not caused any harm or danger to any of the people here. My comrades gladly put down their weapons.
Neelam leans forward and goes, can you say that you haven't killed anybody using magic?
I cannot say that, but those that I have killed were evil and were hurting the innocent.
And you thought it right that because you had magic, you could enact justice on them in the heat of battle.
It was not because I have magic that I decided to do those things. I would have made those choices without magic.
Interesting. Elder Ashen Spark says... Oh, sorry, Aspen Spark, not Ashen Spark. My bad. She goes, all right, so you're back here to see your family and try to prove to us that magic isn't bad.
Well, if I cannot convince you of that, then at the very least I would beg you to let those who sympathize with magic or who display magic tendencies themselves, to let them free.
Yes, let's just let everybody who wants to leave Rowan go and tell everybody where we are. That sounds like a great plan. That sounds exactly like what happened to other Massivist communities. I'm sure you remember those lessons.
Of course I do. She'll kind of rub her wrist.
This is an interesting thing that you've brought to us. This is Quifos again. I'm a little curious what you thought you could do to convince us that magic wasn't so evil.
Perhaps I could show you some ways that it could make people's lives better.
And he turns to look at a couple of the other ones, and they shake their head, and Tia goes, absolutely not. We can handle things on our own. Well, we've been trying for the past few months, and it hasn't been going that well.
What are you speaking of, if I might ask?
You may have noticed a few less bright faces among the crowd. And Tia tries to come off, but Darian says, Tia, I think it's good that she knows. She looks like she wants to say something else, but she holds it to herself. There have been several children that have gone missing as of late, and we aren't sure why. We've been trying to track them down, find out what happened to them, but they've all been stolen away in the night, and we don't actually know where they are.
Whose children are they?
He rattles off the name of just some
Yeah.
families, and yeah, I'm not.
I assume I know
gonna-
all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It hasn't been too many, just about 6 or so in the past 4 months. But
6 children in the past 4 months.
it is alarming for sure. But we haven't been able to track anything down yet. And Weisenala says our hunters have been looking, but so far all we've managed to find is markings in the woods that lead to troll activity. But we haven't really been. And it's concerning, obviously. But we should be able to handle it. And she says, looking at the other elders, and they all kind of look a little uncomfortable at this moment. You're going to probably have to give me another spell slot at this point. Alternatively, I'll give you an alternative. There is a door at the back of the room that you can open and try and hide behind.
No. I'll burn my spell slot.
Okay. And
I would like to rage.
She's already doing that.
No, never mind.
Okay. And Tia says, this is not a discussion that we should be having right now. We should be putting her in irons and trying her as a magic user.
What's Tia's last name?
Ruckweaver. Ruck Reaver.
Oh, yeah. Elder Ruck Reaver. I am so worried. I'm going to say
Yeah. We can bleep it out if so, or we can cut it
I
entirely.
said shit on accident. Wouldn't put it past me. Elder Tia, I'll say instead. What would you give to have those children back and found? Anything. Would you not?
Give me a persuasion.
Great. 19 and a 9. Persuasion plus 9, so 18.
It goes against our moral fiber.
I know it does. And anything that happens, I would take full responsibility for. You can sleep well at night. This can be cleared of your conscience. Please let me find those children. And when I have found them, with the help of my friends, you can then have the community take their vote, and if they choose to execute me, I will accept that fate.
Or you can run away. Again, just like you did before.
That was to preserve my life.
Well, your life is at stake again.
I know it is, but so are the lives of those 6 children.
Quathros actually leans forward and goes, would you swear your life on them? Swear your honor? Swear to the ancestors or whoever it is that you follow these days?
I swear upon my father's life, upon my mother's life, which you have already taken, upon my goddaughter Eve's life. I swear upon the trio.
Okay. And there, when you say swear upon the trio, there is kind of like this soft like whistle that goes through the House of Peace, and everybody. Like,
I thought it was all the elders being like, hey!
Damn.
And Quathros says, we must be unanimous. I say give them the chance. And it goes around, and everybody but Tia immediately says, yes, might as well. You know, kind of in variations of that. Your father just has a quiet yes. And then Tia kind of gives you this look, and she goes, I agree to your terms. Not that I'm saying that you will prove to us anything that magic can be anything but a deterrent or a danger to the society. But if it will save some children, I'm for it.
Very well.
You can leave whenever you'd like. Your people will be watching, but just don't get into any trouble.
We will need our weapons.
You can talk to Torrey.
Good.
And they look at each other and they all kind of stand up, and Darian comes over and he goes, good luck.
I still think there is much for us to talk about, Father.
I agree.
Let me take care of this first.
Of course.
We'll see how capable your daughter is.
I've always known you to be capable.
Thank you. And she will turn around and walk out.
Okay. I'm assuming Terry behind.
At this point, Victor is like pacing back and
It's only
forth
been like 20 minutes.
because
but...
he realizes like, have you seen Siri in a little bit?
I don't keep tabs on Siri.
I mean, it's a small house. I have not seen her in some time. Do you
Yeah.
have any idea we're going to be in such deep, you know,
Fish.
fish?
I find that hard to believe. Even without our weapons, these people will be easy to.
I mean, I don't disagree, but I'm just worried that she'll make things worse. And so he'll just be like,
What do we got ourselves into?
silently, he'll be like pacing back and forth by the window and the front door and like looking out.
and then the
like,
door opens up and Eve walks in.
Hi.
You probably be like right behind her at
Yeah.
this point. Yeah.
Eve, have you seen
Alive.
Seredan?
Yeah, I'll drop the spell at that point.
Oh, she must have been in the
She like-
bathroom.
I've been here the whole time. What's wrong with you people?
Sorry, I was afraid.
Roll a
Never
gaslighting
mind.
check.
One of you would have to roll an insight check to see through the deception versus deception.
Victor will accept it because he doesn't want Eve to be mad.
All right. And Eve has a vigor about her now because she has a purpose.
How did it go?
It went okay.
Well, you're not chained up in the woods. That's a good sign.
Good.
Oh, they only chain you up in the woods if you sympathize with magic users.
What happens if you do magic?
They chain you up inside of the House of Peace and stab you to death.
That wouldn't have happened regardless. So what's the news?
The news is there are 6 missing children. They've gone missing the past 4 months.
Not little Evie.
No, we just
we just saw
She's
her
number
this
7.
morning.
Oh,
I hope not little Evie.
It's not
okay.
the
I thought
Brother's
you were
Grimm.
saying it was new. Like, okay, never
No.
mind.
No. But I will go check on her before we leave. We have been given an assignment of sorts, I suppose, a way to possibly prove the purpose of magic. I don't know, but at least we can use our magic and get our weapons back. We need to find these children.
Does that mean you got it in writing?
Victor, that's why I need you there with me. I should have brought you along.
Here, I have one right here. You can go back now.
It's going to be a little embarrassing.
Excuse me,
This part of
elders,
it.
before you leave.
Agree to this in the first place.
I do
So-
have to say, can we have our weapons back yet? Because I am going a little bit crazy
I will
right
go
now.
and get them.
And
Do we-
if you say it's okay, if the door's open, Victor's just going to call all his knives back. They're going to fly through town straight to him.
So what does Eve say in this case?
Victor, I just got them to agree to let us do this thing.
I know. I'm not supposed to leave those out of my sight. It's,
I know. Come with me. You can meet
The
Tyrion.
box is rattling.
What do we know about the missing children?
Absolutely nothing. Perhaps they've found some markings in the woods that have led to troll activity, but that's it. I wonder if Tyrion knows more. He is part of the militia and the town blacksmith.
Well,
He has our
and
weapons,
one of my very
right?
best friends.
we should do some investigation. Last place the children were seen and see if we can find anything.
Absolutely. Are you okay with this? I seem to be leading you into danger left and right. I thought that was Sari's job.
trolls will be nothing. We
You
don't
lead us
know.
to the danger. I go in first.
Oh, yes, that's it.
Yeah, we've fought a troll before.
We'll be fine.
It's
What
true.
could possibly go wrong?
I did get body slammed multiple times.
Fire,
that was
right?
not
We
very
need
fun.
fire.
Fire and daggers.
Depends on if these are regular trolls or some sort of...
Knowing the gods,
Odd
the all-seeing
variation.
gods, it's probably variation.
All right, this is all good and nice. Can we get our weapons yet?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Come with me.
Out the door.
Yeah, we'll head to Tyrion.
Yeah, do you call them to you as soon as you're out? There are like yelps from the blacksmith and a couple people like
It's like
get
the
her out of the
cloak he
way
wrapped him
kinda
in.
thing,
The whole
yeah.
cloak just lifts up and just flies back.
Okay.
And
Okay.
there's no guards around as you leave, but there are a few people like a few gawkers, and as soon as like you do magic,
Ancestors be praised.
they're gonna like kind of scatter, like
I'll just make
hurrying
it
home.
all better.
The only ones who are sticking around are like the teenagers and the children, just because you know how curious kids are and how
He's just a
rebellious
knife
people are.
salesman.
Yeah.
Just the knife salesman. It's
Okay.
fine.
Can we go to Tyrion's
Yep.
house?
Yeah. So you can go to the blacksmith if you like, or you can go past
Let's go.
it to.
Well, let's start with the blacksmiths.
Okay. Yeah, so the doors open up and, or it's kind of an open area, and Tyrion is there. He looks a little shaken that half of the weapons just kind of flew out.
Eve is going to run and try and tackle him to the ground. She's pretty strong.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, he yelps again, like he's kind of distracted, and he yelps again as you land on top of him. You go, "Oh, why are you wearing armor?"
She's gonna give him a noogie.
No, Eve.
Tyrion, I didn't know. You're having a baby.
Yeah. Can you please get off of me first
you-
before we talk about
No,
this?
are you really married to Winnie?
Yes.
Do you love her, say it. Do you kiss her every night?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I knew you liked her.
Well, can you get off me?
Okay.
Please? Oh, that armor is heavy. How do you wear it?
I'm quite strong, if you can't tell.
Yeah, I always knew that. I have the bruises to prove it. And this scar to prove it as well, thank you very much.
That was a good story.
Oh yes, I punched Victor right in the gut one day
I understand your
when we
pain.
very first knew each other.
It's good to see you, though.
So good to see you. I'm so sorry that I came back under these strange circumstances, and
Yeah, you're kind of a weirdo.
so are you.
Yeah, I guess I am.
Allow me to introduce you
Yeah.
to everyone. This is Bolt.
Hello.
Hi, you're big.
He is. And this is Ezra of the Withered Bow Tribe.
Is he a Tushan?
Yes, he is.
Cool.
Can you tell? Of the second rank? Something like that. He
Yeah.
just leveled up.
Remember that one year that I was like really into Tushan mastering?
Yes.
Oh, you weeb.
He's got the fedora on.
Oh, he is such a...
You wouldn't have lasted long with them.
Probably not.
No, definitely not.
This is Victor
Nice
Udonta.
salesman.
He is a member of the Eight Rings, which I knew nothing about.
I would say that they're
He's an assassin?
Well,
I wouldn't say assassin.
he's more into contracts.
more like a
really.
murder cult, but then we came here and found
No.
a real murder cult, so...
The sacred dance of death is not a murder cult.
Probably
Sacred
not something
dance.
you should be saying.
Is
out
an
loud.
innuendo.
Okay, alright, sure.
And this is my very best friend, Seredan.
You just got friend zoned so hard.
She was already feeling it. It wasn't a surprise.
And Eve truly does not mean that she's friend zoning you. She's just saying you're her very best friend.
Oh,
Seredan Fallowshield.
nice to meet you. I like
You
your
too.
hair.
Oh, thank you.
I really like red hair.
Yeah, I know. Speaking
Anyhow,
of which,
Yeah.
Ari came by. How are things in that category?
I don't really want to talk about that right now.
Right. Sorry, you've probably got a lot going on.
I do.
Being accused of being a magic user.
You
and
know
all.
how it is.
Ari for the kidnappings.
Yeah.
We need our weapons.
Yes. Right. And he grabs the box.
Sarai
and
will
sets it
cast a
down.
message and reply to Ezra and be like, "That's the best thing I've heard all day."
And he's like, okay, so I guess just take your weapon
It's
from
fine.
the
The
box.
snake holes is mine. Look what it can do.
Can you like smashes into like 3 of his?
Clang, clonk.
We're all used to it, so we all take as soon as she picks up, we all take a step back around new people.
I would have thought. I mean, it fits
Don't
you.
worry. Tyrion, I'm quite skilled with it.
You're a braggart. You know that.
I know. What's
It's
become
good
of
to see
me?
you, though.
It's good to see you too. Do you know anything about these missing children? We've been asked to find them.
Oh, right. And he goes, "You guys can grab your weapons too." I didn't see.
Sarai will just like summon it into her hand.
I usually just punch people.
Right.
The bolt is a weapon.
Yeah, construct, right? Mm-hmm. You know. Never mind.
Where are my
The
weapons?
missing children.
Yeah.
You know what happens when you touch the Eight Rings members.
Another man's.
I swear I didn't
Sword.
touch any of them. I
Are you over against
I thought
one of
about
the
at least
holes
the glaive,
carving-
but I decided not to. So we're good. We're cool.
Did you see the one that's made from a basilisk thing?
What is that? What that is?
Yes.
I hope you didn't touch it. It could turn you to stone in an instant.
All right.
The children.
Yeah. Right. The children. So all we really had to go on after the last one was we found some troll footprints leading off into the woods, and there's some like claw marks and everything off to the northwest.
Claw marks. Is that what the markings?
Yeah,
words
they're like
were?
them just passing by. They're lumbering, so you know how it is.
Were the children taken when they were in the woods or in their homes?
It's been kind of a combination of both. Some go missing when they go into the woods. Some, I think the last one specifically, little Tia. Because, yeah, you know that... Okay, so, Tia's daughter
Yeah.
named her kid Tia after...
Why would you do that?
I don't know. It's... Yeah,
I mean, I can understand naming someone Eve after.
yeah it's weird.
Was that the old windbag?
Yep. He looks around really quickly. Yep, that's her.
We all feel the same way.
Anyway, she's the youngest to go missing.
His granddaughter.
But
Is it during a certain time of day that they go missing?
random?
Can you show us where maybe the most recent child was taken?
Sure. Yeah. And he grabs his blunderbuss.
I'm somewhat of a detective myself.
Oh, Bolt, did you want
Perhaps-
to look at this weapon of his?
Oh,
Don't just offer up my...
Oh, Tyrion!
I will
We're
grab it.
friends.
Yeah,
Fantastic craftsmanship.
thank you. It's black powder.
I'm looking down the barrel.
I'd be very careful.
I've seen what they can do.
And as you like tip it, like the ball rolls out of it. I'm gonna have to reload.
Intriguing.
Anyway, yeah,
Perhaps,
this way.
Perhaps later you can show me how you crafted
And
it.
Of course.
are there any
Sure.
effects that the kids might have that might help us maybe track them down? Victor's more so looking for a scent.
A scent.
It's like a hound dog.
Yeah, I mean, I can grab some like extra clothing that they wore recently.
Nothing crazy. Just enough to maybe something to help us with understanding.
He smells
them.
auras.
He said that there were markings where they ran off into the woods. Let's just go there and see if we can follow the trail.
It's true, but we don't know that the trolls are doing it. It could just be completely unrelated.
Yeah, I want to go to the
Okay.
last kid's house or wherever they were last seen,
Yeah.
basically.
Tyrion leads you guys to the last homestead, which is one of the Ruck Reaver homesteads, and he knocks on the door.
That Tia's family?
It's Tia's family. Yep. And the woman opens the door, and you can tell like she's been crying. This is Nadja.
Not
Yep, Nadja. And she's Tia's daughter, and she's been crying. I guess it's not a Ruckweaver. It wouldn't be a Ruckweaver anymore. It'd be a different last name because she's married.
Or maybe he took on her last name.
Actually, yeah, you know what? We'll just say that.
Nadja.
Ruckweaver is a powerful family. That yeah.
She's
Nadja
part of the
Harry
Council of Elders.
So she's Tia's daughter and mom.
Yes, daughter and mother. Yep.
She is.
And
Sure.
she goes,
Tia
and she like sees you all, and she goes, "Eva, I heard you were back.
Nadja, I am so sorry.
What can I help you with?"
We are going to find little Tia for you.
Really?
Really. But we were hoping to get some more information about when she was taken.
Right. Come on in. And she opens up the door and lets you all inside. She sits you around the table and she goes, "Do you want some tea? Anything?"
Victor will be just kind of not like intrusively, but he'll be kind of walking around there and just just getting a sense of
If you're offering the strongest tea you have.
Oh, sure. And she puts a kettle on, and Tyrion kind of waves a hand like, "Well, I'll take one too. It's hospitality." And she goes, after she's got the kettle on, she sits down. She goes, "What can I do?"
Tell us about how long ago was Tia taken?
So she disappeared about 3 days ago.
Okay.
We had just put her down for the night, and just the usual, sing a lullaby, rock her to sleep, that sort of thing. And we were just about to sleep when we heard the window crash, and by the time we got to the room, she was gone. The window was broken inward, and there was something moving towards the woods.
Have you left it the way it was, or have you cleaned it up since then?
I cleaned it, unfortunately.
were there any tracks?
They found, and she turns to Tyrion and goes, we did find a few large footprints leading off into the woods.
Would it be all right if I took a look in the room, see if I could see anything?
Who here has the highest insight? Or passive insight?
Passive
13?
insight?
13?
Passive insight.
Passive insight's 10.
15.
But I have high
17?
investigation.
17.
You can go investigate. 17.
Yeah, I got really
Victor,
high.
you can hear like the nervousness in her voice isn't entirely about losing her daughter. There's something else that she's not saying.
And you're confident you did not recognize the shape or the person or the thing that took her?
No, of course not.
Are you sure?
No, we didn't really get a good look at it.
It's very important that you try and remember and tell us everything if we are to recover your daughter.
Give me a persuasion check. Not with disadvantage, this is just normal. Give me an investigation check, by the way.
If you should be persuading people.
I'm going to use it.
That is an 11.
An 11?
I'm gonna cast. Can I cast guidance
Sure.
on him?
Give him an extra d4.
Yeah.
18.
18. So we'll get to that in just a second here.
Oh, that was a 3. And then I'm going to add a whatever die just in case too. So that's going to be 18 total.
She takes a deep breath and looks back at Tyrion, and Tyrion kind of gives her a nod, and she says, "Promise not to tell anyone."
Nadja, your secrets are safe with me.
2 nights before she left, or was kidnapped, we walked into the room and Tia was playing with her blocks, but they were floating in the air, and her eyes were glowing silver. We scolded her and told her that she wasn't supposed to do things like that, and tried to get her to stop. And she did eventually, but we thought it best just not to mention it.
Magic use, it's okay.
Do you have any reason to suspect that someone from the village might have taken her?
I mean, if somebody heard about it, the only person that was told was Tyrion, and Tyrion shrugs and he goes, "Yeah," and they told me the first night, but I didn't mention it in my report.
Where does your mother Tia stay?
Her house is just down the way, closer to the village square than we are.
Can anyone confirm her whereabouts the night of the disappearance?
I wouldn't know. And Tyrion shrugs and says she was probably at home. I can check into it if you want. You don't think that Tia stole Tia, did you? Like I said, it's confusing.
Tyrion, this is a village of masochists. We kill magic users. Do you think the other children were displaying magic tendencies?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really... I mean, I'm well deep in the rumor mill, but I haven't heard anything. I can look into it a little bit more.
All the more reason we should hurry.
Your investigation, you do find, like, you have to like pull the crib away from the wall. The window has been cleaned up, but it hasn't really been like replaced.
It's just been like boarded up and everything.
But there is a little streak of green blood along the wall behind the cradle.
Can I tell if it's like based on my other experience with a troll? Does
Yeah.
it look similar?
Yep, looks similar to troll blood.
Well, I found troll blood. It looks like it, but possibly is there like any, like maybe a drip by the windowsill or something? Like they got cut on the way in class or something?
That is kind of what you surmise from your investigation.
From your Batman detective sense?
Yep.
From our previous encounters with them, are trolls typically... Do they work with other creatures?
Give me a nature check.
Eve, 13?
Trolls are typically solitary creatures. They've been known to bargain for extra food and meat.
And
like,
the basic
work with
things,
people,
do we
but-
know if they eat people? On a regular basis?
Yeah, they'll eat anything.
We should hurry.
Trolls are very voracious.
Can I also do an Arcana check on the room?
If
Sure.
See if I
Give me
can
out
sense anything
a
different.
member of the board of ancestor people.
You don't really feel magic.
Not even.
It was
like
at
left
nighttime?
over from the
What
girl.
if it's a
Not even left
were-troll?
over from the girl.
That's what I'm
That's a good
thinking.
idea.
Well, perhaps.
And they're hiding it and taking out their anger that they're magic on other magic people.
could be.
Perhaps
I
using...
nothing would surprise me at this point.
I think it's a ruse. I feel like the troll is too easy of an explanation for something like this, especially after learning the child was displaying magic tendencies.
I agree.
But where's the troll blood from?
From a troll, possibly, or
Is
even
troll blood something you can get from an apothecary, like frequently? Or
In a standard town, not in a
but not in a
massive
massive
town.
town. Okay.
Well, on the off chance that the troll blood is from a troll who kidnapped her, we ought to hurry, I think.
I agree.
Tyrion,
Shall I scout ahead?
please, one last thing.
I'll
Yeah.
just leave while they're still talking.
Okay.
There are some things that I just don't understand about Rowan. And I feel like perhaps you might have more knowledge of this with your new
Alright.
position, or perhaps you could find out.
Okay, what are you looking for?
There was a bounty placed on my head for running away.
A bounty?
Yes.
Interesting. It's not entirely uncommon to put a bounty on somebody's head once they leave. If
I
they've left
agree,
under.
but no one really leaves here. How was that communicated outside of here?
I know that the council has their methods for communicating with the outside world. It's not anything like
Hunters?
major. It's sort of there's a procedure behind it.
Teleportation
I mean, obviously, I'm not a member of the council. But
Sounds like magic, but okay, that's good to know. Another thing, I am a follower of a trio of gods.
wow, when you went into magic, you went like hard into magic, didn't you?
I did.
because it's awesome.
They cannot come in here. They cannot enter Rowan. Do you know why that is?
No, we're secretive, but we really couldn't. That's weird.
Well, anything you can find out, let me know.
Yeah, I'll see what I can dig up while you guys are gone. Good luck, by the way.
You're gonna
bring
get
back
your
some-
friend killed asking these kind of questions.
Everyone sees him as just the goofy goof.
You're a bit scrawny.
Hey,
No
He's a
offense.
blacksmith. He's probably
he's
not.
yoked, but scrawny
surprisingly,
yoked.
like for being a blacksmith, he is still rather thin. Like he's got muscles, but he's still like rather wiry.
Their work muscles, not show muscles.
Yes,
He's toned. He's very toned.
It's like, I'm scrappy.
All right,
All
I have
right.
to go.
Well, thanks for tampering down my ego, I guess, a little bit.
I think you're wonderful. Can you just make sure Ari watches out for Eve?
Of course. Yeah, I've been keeping tabs.
I know. I'm just worried about her and him.
No,
I have to leave.
Go.
Here,
See you
keep
soon.
this, and I'll toss him a Tushin insignia, just because he's a fan.
Ooh.
Okay, that's kind of cool. It's not magical, right?
No, it's just a badge.
All right, awesome.
I'm gonna prestidigitate it so that it glows.
He covers it up really quickly and puts it in his pocket. He's like, how am I going to explain that to him? Okay.
So I rolled a 21 on investigation. So while that was happening, I slipped out. And just go see if
Yeah,
I
so
can
you
find the trail.
start filing. It's pretty obvious. Trolls aren't really known for their subtlety, but yeah, you can find like some claw marks where they grabbed onto one of the redwoods and things like that.
And is it light out right now, or is it getting dark?
I would say at this point you're probably getting to. You know what? It's probably only about 2 in the afternoon.
Okay. Then I'd
If
use
you
my
had a
dagger.
watch that
I'd use
could
my
tell
dagger
time.
with the light to kind of signal them where I'm at. And
Yeah, so you guys can head off into the forest. It's not too long with Victor's check before you find this small little hillock, and you kind of come around one side of it, and it looks like there's a hole in this hillock that leads into a tunnel going into the ground.
does it smell like the blood that he had?
It smells horrible.
Smells like fishing.
Worse than the Minotaur that
It does.
Yeah, worse than the Minotaur. Yeah, you guys have fought a troll before, and you know what troll smell is like, and it is just, yeah, it's rancid.
So what is the plan? We go in guns blazing, rescue the
you
children.
would say it's the dankest.
That's not
Yeah, it is the dankest smell.
another way for the Wayward Watch, is there?
We go loud and
I
proud
mean,
and die.
that's true. I
If
mean,
you want to scout ahead,
I was thinking if you wanted
feel
to go
free,
in
but
all
otherwise,
sneaky.
I'm going.
I'll follow you.
We should probably try to be as stealthy as possible, even though I'm not. Because we don't want the trolls to injure the children if they hear us coming.
Yes. They're still alive.
Perhaps
I feel it.
I could sneak in, find the children, and defend the kids while you guys take out the troll.
Do you have the pass without a trace spell?
Nope.
I have a
I have fairy fire.
plus
I can light
14
all
to
up.
stealth.
Good idea.
I'll stealth ahead, and you guys
Right.
come and come in guns blazing.
We'll be right behind you.
Let's
I'll-
see.
If you can stay within, let's see, what's the range on message? 120 feet. I'll just ping. I'll say, I'll send you a message every 30 seconds,
Sounds good.
and you can reply back to me.
And then he's gone.
Okay.
26.
Yeah, so you slide down into the tunnel and kind of sneak a little bit, and it's not too long, probably before the first 30-second message, that you see the tunnel split in two directions.
There are two directions. Which way?
There's only one direction.
I'll smell the air. Which one smells more foul?
They both smell equally foul as far as you know.
It could be a circle. I'm going to go right.
Okay.
I'll take the right.
Okay. Are the rest of you just like waiting outside until he
I
replies?
think
Or
we go
Probably
in.
follow close behind you.
behind.
so
I'll just be basically like
yeah,
probably 20
Victor,
or 30
you start
feet ahead of
leading
him.
the way down the right tunnel, which actually, after a while, you realize is curving back towards Rouan. And the rest of you are following behind as well. But you have not encountered anything as of yet.
I'll continue a little bit further, but if it feels like it just keeps going that way, I'll when the next message comes, I'll say, "You probably should check the other direction. I think this is going back to Rowan."
Why would there be a
can.
troll tunnel connected with Rowan?
I'm not sure, but I can check it out faster and get back to you. And I'll click my heels with the boot of speed.
I don't want to say I told you so, but I think as a council member, as a troll. It's a thing.
I don't
Right.
think they're a troll, but perhaps they're in league with a troll.
Tia is a troll. Let's be honest.
She is a troll. She was quite portly and nasty.
Covered in warts.
So I'll click my heels and I'll use my dash at this point to just.
Okay, so are the
see
rest
how
of you
far it
going
goes.
to go down the other tunnel, or
Well, let's check to the left.
so you guys start heading left?
Stealthy.
Victor starts rushing through this tunnel. Victor, eventually you get back to the main square of town where you think.
And where does
would
it
be.
come out? Like, is
That
it
is that is where this. It's not a tunnel that like leads back up. It leads you into another chamber.
chamber? Okay, I'll wait outside the chamber. And,
It's not like a chamber with a door. It just kind of like opens up into like this little cavern, like it's been dug out.
okay, I will sneak up to it and listen to see if there's any commotion.
Okay.
That is a why am I over here? That is a 20. No, 33.
33. You don't hear anything
Okay, I'll just enter
except
this.
for that. Clunk, clunk.
I'll enter the space. Is there anything in there?
So what you find is a small kind of like dugout circular room. In the center is kind of this hastily built well that doesn't have any sort of like bucket or anything to it. It's just kind of a well. And scratched around the room are these crude jokes in common. And they're a bunch of little tiny like jokes like, why couldn't the pony sing a lullaby? Because she was a little horse. You know, things like that. Just kind of these
Do
tiny
they seem
little...
like in kids' hand? Like how high up? Is it like low enough that it would be like?
No,
children,
it's
or-
higher up. Like they're kind of all over, but it's.
What are all the
larger
jokes?
All I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious.
Oh no.
Michael Scott.
Why can't a nose be 12 inches long? Because then it'd be a foot. Why do bees have sticky hair? Because they use honeycombs. And what do you call a fish without eyes? Fish. Yep.
Okay, can you repeat those? And write it down? No, I'm kidding.
Look down the well. Is there anything down the well?
You can't see that far.
Can I? I'll take Shadow Song and throw Shadow Song down to listen to see if it
Okay, you hear it go, and then it goes plunk, plunk,
in water.
in.
And does it as
In
it goes down
something.
the echolocation? Does it hear? Does it like before it hits water? Is there any like caverns or openings down there?
Nope.
And there's no other opening to this room.
Mm-mm.
Ceiling, nothing.
Nope.
All right, I'll make my way back to the rest of the team.
You can retrieve Shadow Song.
Yeah, I'll retrieve Shadow Song. I'll call him back.
So it comes out of the water and it is just covered in kind of this black, inky substance.
Smell it.
Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw, please. Charisma saving throw.
The hardest of them all.
And did you laugh at any of my jokes? I don't remember you laughing at any of my jokes.
have to go watch the video.
Would Victor have laughed at any of those jokes?
Victor did. So I rolled a 15. This is charisma. You said?
Yep. Because if Victor would have laughed at any of the jokes, you get advantage on this check.
For Victor, you rolled a 16. So yeah, it's a probably in the seriousness of the moment probably did not.
Okay.
So
So what was your total?
Charisma. Oh freak! I think I rolled a 13. I think it was 14.
14. You start you take a deep breath of this, and all of a sudden you just start getting really you just feel really down, really sad, like your mother had just been killed. I'm sorry, that's too sad. I'm so sorry. But you just feel incredibly depressed all of a sudden. So for 1 hour you're gonna have disadvantage on saving throws.
Okay. Man, I feel a little emo. I will make my way back.
Okay. And after you sniff it, all of that black substance just slowly dissipates in a black mist off of your dagger.
Okay.
From now on, all of Cory's environmental spells and traps are gonna involve smelling.
Yeah.
Because we smell everything. It's gonna be oh, you smell it, do you? In that case, take 12d6 damage.
There's now a hole from your nose to your brain.
So the rest of you are following down the left tunnel. And it's probably about, we'll say about the time that Victor actually gets to the room and starts looking around at the cavern, you hear rumbling voices speaking giant. And there's a couple different ones, and one of them's more.
I can speak giant.
You can speak giant?
Yes.
He goes, we gotta get there pretty quickly. And then you hear a female voice say, I know, well then get a move on, Brick. And then coming around...
Sorry, as soon as I hear those voices, I would cast Song of the Unseen.
Okay. Sarah's no longer with you. Sometimes we can still hear her voice. Doing that.
I'm not dead yet.
And coming around the corner are a trio of trolls. One of them appears female, the other two are male, and they stop as soon as they see you, and one of them goes,
In giant, I say, "Hi, I'm Bolt."
Hi, Bolt.
I
I'm
seem to have lost my way.
Yeah. You want to go back and up? And the woman goes, we should do something about them. He goes, shush. Do you look like we could take these guys? We could take anybody. Shush. Does anybody else speak giant, or is it just Bolt?
I don't know.
Okay, you're just hearing grumbling in giant between them.
So in giant,
That one's going for an arrow.
We've been looking. Do you have a question?
We've been looking for a couple small creatures, really small, yay high.
I'm invisible.
Kind of look like these guys, but smaller.
Are you talking about kids?
Yes, that's the word.
Use the stone. And the one and he starts reaching into his loincloth. Basically.
I charge hard.
Okay. So we're going to do a little bit of theater of the mind for this one, but let's go ahead and grab initiatives from everybody. We'll start with Seredan.
22.
22.
I am 500 feet away.
4. Victor.
Lucky for me, I am faster than a broom. 6, that's 18.
18. You won't be in the first round, but you might come in on subsequent rounds.
No worries.
5. And Ezra.
21.
21. Okay, we're going to start off tonight with Seredan, actually.
Okay.
So there are 3 trolls. It's kind of a...
there's 3.
Yeah, there's 3. There's it's kind of a... I think we'll say it's a 20-foot tunnel. Mm-hmm. So there's 2 kind of standing kind of side by side almost. Or one's just behind the other one. And then there's a third one a couple of spaces back. But it's about 20 feet in front of you.
Okay. Yeah, I would have... Once I cast Song of the Unseen, I would have wanted to, get up close to them. Basically, or even almost behind him.
Okay.
And as soon as the one starts reaching for a weapon or whatever, I would attack it.
Okay.
The rock.
Yep. So you I mean, obviously they don't know that. They don't speak giant.
Right. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
but
like,
you just saw
what's
him
going
reaching
on
for
here?
something.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and make... I will say that you probably were like sneaking around behind him when he started reaching for
Okay.
reaching into his loincloth.
All right, that is a 23 to hit.
23 will hit.
Okay.
Tell him that you just bring his pocket.
All right, I got to remember now. I am using a glaive.
Welcome back, Glaive.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. That's how my glaive sounds.
Yay!
All right, that's
Yeah.
let's kill things. Oh, I apologize.
It's
Sort of
I haven't been Warlock for a minute, so I actually gained a couple of levels since last time. So I do have the Great Weapon Master feat now,
Okay.
and my attacks are always going to be
The
with
minus
Great
5.
Weapon Master on.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So that said, I said I was a 23 to hit. It was actually an 18.
18 will still hit.
Okay. For now, I have to be better at math. Okay, so that's going to be 21
Craig's just rolling
damage.
down to the village,
21.
Mhm.
And then he goes full
And
chain
then,
Um,
oh, sorry, and 2 of that was fire.
2 that's fire.
Okay.
Yeah, he definitely lets out a shriek.
Okay. Next attack is a 20, dirty 20 to hit.
A dirty 20 will hit. And that's with minus 5?
Yep.
Okay.
And that is, let's see, 25 damage.
Holy
It's a
smokes.
number.
Magic number.
And sorry, 6 of that was fire.
Okay.
If it matters. And butt action. Welcome back, butt action.
Butt action.
That's going to be a an 18. An 18 to hit.
That's the butt action. An 18 will hit.
Okay. Oh, sorry, that's not a D10. That's a D4.
Quack, 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 quack.
For
Craggy just turns into a wet towel.
11. No, sorry, 21.
21 damage.
Yes, 21
Okay.
damage. Only
21.
1 fire.
The butt action? That's amazing.
Okay. So you...
Not butt action. That's pretty amazing.
It's
Pretty good.
Quite impressive. The butt action.
So you...
Probably right.
All of a sudden the troll lets out a shriek as you lop off the hand that was going for that whatever was in the loincloth, and your second swing slashes him in the side and kind of like gashes right through it. You can see like that kind of sizzle as it cauterizes the wound, and then your third strike takes off his leg at the knee, his left leg at the knee. So he's like hobbling, and he like puts his hand, his good hand up on the wall as he screams in agony.
This is the point where you find out he's actually bringing out a gift basket.
So at this point, they can
give you the children.
Everybody is aware of you because you are taking possible action.
Right.
It'll be
Takes
disadvantaged to
out
try
disadvantage
and hit you, but everybody is aware. So, Ezra, it is your turn.
Okay. Sweet. 23 to hit.
23 will hit,
So that's gonna be.
and that's with your minus 5 as well, right?
Yep. 20.
Now, which troll are you attacking?
The one that's got his good hand on the wall. I'm gonna
It's missing
shoot
a
him
hand
through
and a
his
leg.
hand
Okay.
that he put on the wall to hold him in place.
You said 20 damage.
Yeah, 20 damage.
Yeah. So you go right through his hand, and he just kind of like collapses out of basically just sheer exhaustion at this point. He's out of the fight.
All right. Then I'll shoot the one that was like a couple feet behind him.
Okay.
And that one's gonna be a 17
17 will hit.
for 25 damage.
25 damage. One
Yep.
of these days I won't believe you.
That's that.
And then Victor isn't here. The first troll is dead. Eve.
It's my ammo. Not take a turn first.
I think I'm
Tradition.
going to go in.
Oh wait, sorry. There is something that happens.
Layer action. We all die.
No.
Rocks fall, you all die.
Seredan
Mhm.
does a 14 hit.
No.
Okay. You're standing there, like watching all like the troll like slump to the ground, and then you feel something at your leg, and the hand is trying to claw at you, and you manage to step out of the way just in time. The foot, on the other hand, takes 10 feet. Basically, starts like hopping away back down the tunnel.
Okay.
Then it is Eve's turn.
Doesn't step
All right.
away. That makes it a foot ninja.
But we can't hop without a knee. Not
It's
really.
just
I guess it can kind of do that.
can,
But I just like the idea like its toes are just like
Yeah, so
pulling it along.
Hand
dragging
spider.
it.
Foot spider.
Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna go
Elden
in
Ring,
with
yeah.
the old snake holes.
Okay.
Snake eyes.
Are we just attacking that second troll? Trying to
Yeah.
at least. Okay.
I don't know even why I'm trying here.
It's for the children. We're trying to save the
13.
kids.
Won't somebody think of the
13?
children?
13 will miss.
Okay, second
So
attack.
you kind of swing it around and smash it into the tunnel wall as the troll like steps back, kind of grabbing the arrow and yanking it out of his shoulder.
Okay, 24.
24 will hit.
And dice.
Dies.
Four is a 6, yeah, because they're d8s. It could be a 9. I'm all thrown off by feeling so stupid by bringing up that stupid Luke thing.
So what was the damage?
So, sorry. The damage is 6 and 8 plus 5.
Arcana.
13.
We didn't include that.
13,
People
thank
are gonna
you.
know what we're talking about. 13 damage.
Yes.
Yeah, the second one you just rip it from the wall and crack the troll on her knee, and it just like dislocates the.
Oh, ooh,
I know, I'm
so
sorry.
gross to think about.
I'm
Seems
sorry.
like, some sort of like detachable limb trolls.
Easily,
They're actually
they're
like
pull
Mr.
aparts.
Potato Head.
Anything else you'd like to do?
No, I just want to
break
be
away
as
body
close to
parts.
everyone else as
Yeah.
possible so they can take
Arms
advantage
fall
of
off Boy or
auras.
whatever his name is.
Okay. So the troll begins her turn, and she goes and pops her knee back into place.
Oh.
And then she's actually going to reach over the corpse of her friend, and she's going to reach into the pocket, and she's going to pull out a stone, and she's going to back 30 feet up. So opportunity attacks from Seredan and Eve.
That's a crit.
Alrighty.
For me too!
Double crit. Double crit.
You okay?
Yeah, sorry. I put my hands above my head and I'm not good to do that
Okay.
today.
Sore.
Yeah.
Oh,
I double crit. Ow.
seriously, this is what I rolled.
Are you
1
gonna-
and a 2.
Are you gonna smite?
Yeah.
I am
Ow.
going to smite.
You know what? Nah, never mind. I only have 2 Eldritch Smites because I don't have Paladin levels. Let's save them.
Smite,
So I will not.
Or you beat the
all
troll's
critical
dead?
damage. Okay, so that's 14 plus. Okay, so that's 41.
Okay, 41.
Sorry. That 9 of that is fire damage.
Okay.
Wait, how much is smite again?
Oh, wait,
Smite
no.
is
When I
the-
crit, I do my
for
weapon does
2d8,
something
I think.
special.
Oh yeah.
It does an
every
extra.
creature in.
Hold on, let me read it.
One each per level.
When I hit the weapon deals no. When you roll a 20, you attack this weapon. Each creature of your choice within 5 feet of the target takes
8.
Okay, so each creature of your choice within 5 feet of the target takes 5 damage of the type dealt by the dragon. So it's an extra 5. So I guess I said 42, so it's 47.
47. And then we'll say that the leg is within 5 feet of the target.
Yeah.
And then the other troll is as well.
Okay. So they both take 5 fire damage.
Okay.
49.
Yeah. So she moves back with the stone, like looking like she's rearing back to throw it, and Seredan just full on bisects her. And as she's like falling back, Eve just like jumps off of Seredan's like knee, and you just bring Temper and Mercy down and slam and crush her head under it. So working as a team, and the stone just falls out of her hand and rolls backwards.
We make a good
So she is
team.
gone.
Right. So violent.
Bolt.
And I love it.
I'm gonna run up to the last one, and I want to try to grapple it.
Okay.
But we need to keep one alive to find out where the children are. So basically, I'm gonna try to like just tackle
Give
it.
me an opposed strength check.
Dirty
or-
20.
I guess it's their athletics, right?
Yeah, athletics versus their either athletics or acrobatics.
Yeah.
Okay, even higher. 24.
24?
Yep.
Yeah, you manage to full on, like, the troll looks like he's reaching for the stone, and you just, like, grab his hand and, like, do one.
Unless
like,
they're
do a twist.
just large, right? They're not huge.
They are just large.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So,
it's
2 categories
Yeah.
says no. Yeah. So he is grappled. On his turn, he's going to try and break free of the grapple.
Okay. Just another strength check? Or,
or
athletics check?
Yeah, your athletics versus his or acrobatics.
Great. So
Okay,
31.
yeah. he can't. And he goes, what do you want? What do you want?
I'm gonna punch his head.
Come on!
Tell us where the children are.
The kids, you're here for, okay, yeah, right. I could take you to him.
Now is he
Hush,
speaking
troll.
common? Because I
giant.
asked him in common.
Okay, well, he didn't respond to you then. Until you spoke in giant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he can't speak common.
Oh. He says he can take us to where the kids are.
is the foot like
The foot is
still-
continuing to, like,
I'm following
crawl
it.
away. Yeah, and the hand lashes out at Eve, but doesn't roll very well. So it just kind of scrapes against your armor.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'd like come up on it and stab it if I could.
Okay, the foot?
The foot.
Yeah, go ahead and roll an attack roll against it. Victor shows up at this time.
It's a 23.
We just killed
yeah.
2 trolls. in
Yep,
case
you're
were
good.
wondering.
You pierce right
Their
through it.
feet are
Do it, you
running
don't take
away.
damage.
Nope.
Okay.
I would imagine that
Ready to
we've
catch
all
them.
talked before
Yes.
we went in saying, like, Troll's fire is good.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure we burn whatever.
I think
Oh,
everything's
Sarah did.
taken fire damage
yeah.
already.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it, like, after a couple rounds, it didn't matter. It sort of
Yeah.
regenerated
So
again.
he mentioned feet that were getting away and hands and stuff.
The leg is now burning because
Yeah, I
Seredan
got
stabs
it.
the glaive.
There was a
And
hand.
the hand is still, like, lashing out at anybody nearby.
I'll pin it down with one of my daggers.
Okay.
And then just take it to the fire.
Okay, yeah. So you managed to burn the hand away. The other one is just kind of like looking at the 2 dead trolls with his arm still twisted, and he goes, I'll take you.
If you try to run, I will sick Sarah on you.
I wouldn't dream of it.
I'm going to let him go and be ready to, like, grab him again.
Okay.
If
He stands up and kind of rubs his arm a little bit. And he looks at the stone for a moment and then thinks better of it. And,
Is it just like a normal size stone?
it's kind of like a small circular stone that could fit in your hand. Do you want to...
Yeah, I'm gonna go pick it up.
On one side, it just looks like a regular stone. On the other one, it looks like a pair of antlers have been painted into it, like green antlers.
I ask him, what's the deal with the stone?
The witch gave it to us. It was so we could escape if we needed.
What witch?
The witch who hired us.
To get the kids.
Yeah.
I told you they were working with them, not that one of them was
Do you know this witch's name?
a troll.
No.
All right, lead us to the kids.
Right. And he,
Baba
You
Yaga.
gotta tell us, is there such thing as a were-troll?
I don't know.
Alright.
Wait, do you speak giant?
That's related.
He does not respond. Yeah, unless you relay it through.
Listen, Bolt, this is very important. We need to know.
It could be a council.
I want
member.
to walk down the hall that the foot was headed down.
Yeah, it was just heading down where the trolls were coming from, basically.
Okay. Yeah,
just
I'm
trying
gonna
to
I'm gonna head down there because I still have.
And that is where the troll is heading as
okay.
well.
I still have Song of the Unseen active.
Yeah, so you come out before the 10 minutes expires. You come out into another clearing. There is a small, and then the rest of it, the party is like a minute
Like a
behind.
clearing or a cavern?
A clearing, the tunnel opens up into a clearing, and there's a small, what could be described as a camp, but it's a troll camp, so There's like some rotten animal carcasses that have been half-eaten. And then there's this small path that leads up to a redwood that has a door in it and a small little garden surrounding it. And he goes, the children are in there with the witch. Can I go?
The children of the witch? I can't understand that because I guess.
Yeah, I'll relate that part. There's a
Sarah,
there's a witch in there with the children.
do you think there's a coincidence that the choir is now back in another Massifist village?
I wouldn't put anything past Eventhi, but I don't believe this is his doing.
All right.
What do you guys want to do with this one?
Keep him here until we can determine that the children are safe and deal with this witch, whatever she is.
So I'm gonna tie him up.
Okay.
Tie him up and then tie him to a tree.
Okay.
A big tree.
Mm-hmm.
Let them know if
You
he
know.
does run, he's free to run.
Ankles together.
There's nowhere
hands
he
on his
can get
back,
to.
you know, that kind of thing.
We can't catch him.
Just a sleight of hand. And then you relay
I get
Victor's
says I get
threats, I'm
advantage.
assuming, as well.
Says I get advantage on that. So
Nice.
I wonder why.
Do you relay Victor's threats as well?
No, I don't. I'm busy wrapping
You
him
can
up.
run, but you can't hide. And he's just like,
Yeah.
It's just your tone, man. You
So-
just gotta use your tone.
So while Bolt and Victor are threatening / tying up a troll, are the rest of you heading up the path?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my cloud rune gives me advantage on
Sleight of hand.
sleight of hand
Oh,
checks.
cool.
Cool. Well, that's 19. I have 4, so 24.
Oh yeah,
Just the-
yep, he's pretty secure. So, but you guys are heading up without waiting, I'm assuming. So you get up. It's a pretty nice little garden. It doesn't look like. I mean, nothing about this screams proper witch's hut. Like there's no like rotten anything around except for at the troll camp.
Is there anything that feels or seems like familiar?
Yeah, a little bit. There's a lot of like flowers that Eve recognizes from the Massifist village. And then the door swings open as you guys are approaching, and a woman steps out. And she turns around, and Fiona looks at you and then drops her the pottery that she's holding. And can you describe what Fiona looks like for everybody else?
I am so happy. I am
Are you though? Because
so happy.
maybe she was trying to see. Oh, she was saving,
Saving the children.
And
We just
killed the
killed some
trolls.
good agent trolls.
Whoopsies. It's okay. They're expendables.
Well, trolls be trolling.
Oh, shoot.
So what does Fiona look like?
Fiona is just.
So pretty.
She's just like really pretty. Like that's where Eve got the good looks from. So like yeah,
but does she have a backstory?
no. I have
Well,
not
she
thought
does.
Her backstory is
Like,
Eve's
at all.
mom.
Yeah.
That's all you know.
Yeah. Anyway,
She about the same height. She's short.
she's a little bit shorter than Eve. Just like I want to say this like in the most kind way, but kind of just like a squishy like grandma, you know, where you're just like, oh,
Rosy cheeks.
I just want to give you a giant hug.
Mm-hmm.
And has really long, dark hair that has like streaks of gray through it. And she has
A little bit more than you remember.
Yes, it has been some time, and she's obviously been through
Some stress.
L. And she just, just very beautiful. The most just kind and caring, like one of those people that you just instantly feel like you can trust. And
So she's Eve's mom.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and she runs up and gives you a hug, and starts bawling her eyes
Mother,
out.
I thought you were dead.
I worried every day. You thought I would. Have you been back to the village? And she like pulls you away.
Yes, we came to save the children from you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't think that you'd be back, and there's a lot to explain. It's just so good to see you.
I'm so happy. I really thought you were dead. It's almost funny now. Father thinks you're dead. Everyone does.
Yeah, That was intentional.
What
And
happened?
I'm sorry. Like I said, it's a lot. Are these your friends?
Mother, yes.
Your mom is a witch.
Apparently.
Sorry, sorry. I
That
still
explains your magic.
I haven't dropped my
Uh-huh.
Song of the Unseen yet.
Okay.
She's
She's
not a witch,
just a
she's
little
wife.
stunned,
Yeah.
and not.
And she'll pat your hands, and then she'll move over, and she'll like grab Ezra's hands, and she'll be like, "It's nice to meet you,
Ezra.
Ezra. Nice to meet you, Ezra."
He was well. Heard a lot about you.
Really?
Ezra is just the most amazing Tushan warrior. He's incredible with a bow, and if you can believe it, there are 2 of him.
What?
I'm only
Yes.
level 2 Tushin. The other me is much more impressive, but he kind of went bad, so we don't talk about it.
All right. You need to learn a little self-respect for yourself, I think there. But it's okay. And she hands you a candy.
It's a butterscotch.
Yeah, it's a butterscotch.
I eat it.
Yeah, makes you feel a little better. And then she'll actually turn to Victor
A
next.
Werther's
And I
original.
think Victor will probably be up the hill before Bolt because Bolt's still tying. And she'll be like, nice to meet you. Wait. And she bows formally and she's like, am I doing that right?
Yes, indeed. I am Victor.
You have some interesting friends. A member of the 8 Rings and a Tushan together.
Who is
Do they butt
this?
heads a lot?
Oh, they're really best friends, Mother. You wouldn't believe it.
Why
I
is
can
she
tell.
telling this person these things?
This is my mother. This is my mother.
Fiona, nice to meet you.
Hello. I am Victor,
Nice to meet you, Victor.
the salesman of knives.
My mom's a
He's
witch.
an incredible knife dancer, Mother, and you wouldn't believe it, but he used to wear this blindfold for a punishment for something he did that's rather disrespectful, but he's made his penance and he's been forgiven.
I'd be honored to experience one of your performances. And she'll hand you a butterscotch.
Is it laced with lunaberries?
You'll have to eat to find out. And then she sees
I'll
Bolt
take it.
tromping up the path, and
And I'm
she goes,
like, I am never going to get that smell out. Ugh.
"Oh, I have a few remedies actually."
This is my mother, Bolt.
Not the witch. Or
She's
the witch?
they're
Kind
calling
of,
you a witch.
I mean, that's what I told the trolls to call me. It was easier than trying to explain my name to them over and over again.
I love that. Can you speak giant?
I dabble.
Mother, I've missed you.
Just a moment. I know I missed you too, but I do have to do introductions.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And she goes over and she goes, can you turn around for me? Just do a spin.
Sure. I don't have a butthole. Be warned.
Thank you for the warning. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'll
Okay.
I'll turn around.
We are just laying ourselves bare before this woman.
Such
It's okay.
grand
Your
eyes
craftsmanship.
are so
I'm
kind.
impressed.
It's like
feel like
really
I
I
should-
would
pretty.
say thank you, but I've only created the armor. I myself
I was referring to the armor.
well. Thanks.
feel like we're
I made it
talking
myself.
Deepest
It's
secrets.
nice to meet you. And she
And you.
hesitates a moment, but then hands you butterscotch.
I mean, there's no sucking on it.
Anyway, it's. Are you dropping it yet?
No,
It's still,
not yet. I'm still just like.
It's.
And Seredan,
Who? She must be in the cave.
I wonder if she's still tracking down troll body parts or something.
Oh, did you take care of some of the other trolls?
I'm so sorry, Mother. We didn't
They tried
know.
to throw a rock at us.
Oh, well,
It got out of
I
hand.
gave them an escape token just in case they ran into any trouble.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Here, you can have it back.
Thank you.
Sorry, we're really good at our jobs.
And she looks down at the one that's tied up, and she
He's just kind of whimpering, like,
and she says in giant, she goes, "Sorry, Frick," and he goes,
Oh, sad.
I'll go
I'm
untie
feeling
him.
really guilty.
"Please, if you wouldn't mind."
He
Do
is
you have Revivify?
safe.
Let's
though.
go back.
I used it.
Yeah. Yes,
Next
he's
level.
good. Yep.
I will.
There you go.
He's probably going to run away, but that's okay at this point.
I'll actually go down and talk to him and tell
Yeah.
him we talked to the witch. We're not going to hurt you.
Okay. Just untie me.
And I'm in the middle of like doing that while I'm talking to him. But yeah.
And he, as soon as he's free, he's gonna scramble his way down the tunnel.
I would actually.
Should say
I would go down there
bolts.
with Bolt, and drop my my song at that point and just kind of say, sorry about your friends. We thought that you were the ones who had captured. We should have asked questions first and started attacking later. And she'll pull out Oinko Boinko and take like 100 gold out and say, I know that money can't bring them back, but perhaps this will help you find a better life.
Do you hand him the gold?
Yeah, I give it to him.
Okay. And he looks at it and he just goes, and he literally just starts chewing on it and then swallows it. And he goes, that tastes weird.
If you come into contact with other humans, you can use that to actually buy food and other things.
Do I have to
Once it comes back.
have it on me?
Right, yes. So perhaps next time you poop, or if you want to throw it up.
Right, okay. I'm going to go now. Please don't pull out that weapon again.
Right, I won't. And she'll actually make it disappear into the whatever it is that you can do with the hexblade. I think you send it into the
A pocket dimension.
yeah.
And he's going to scramble down the tunnel. And as he does, you notice that a couple patches on his skin are starting to shimmer a little gold, and so he disappears.
Because he's so shiny.
Now he's gonna become a loot goblin.
Get him! But so Fiona is probably hugging you again at this point. If Seredan wants to start heading up the hill, and
Yeah,
she goes,
start walking back up.
I really do have so much to ask you and so much to talk about. Oh, is this your other friend?
No, this is Seredan.
And she comes over and she gives you a look and she says, "You're the one who keeps her safe the most."
Sarah is uncharacteristically feeling very nervous and shy, actually. And she'll kind of get a little
Meeting the parents.
she'll get a little smile on her face, and she's just looking down at the ground. She'll say, "Hello, Fifi."
And she genuinely lets out a hearty laugh at that I won't try to imitate here. And then she just sweeps you up into a hug and she says, "It's so good to meet you."
We've heard a lot about you. I've been writing you letters. I hope you don't mind. Eve has them.
You have letters. And she takes a butterscotch out and puts it in Seredan's mouth as she's asking that.
Unwraps it.
Yeah, just full she's still hugging Seredan. She just offers it to you. Oh wow!
So many letters.
Wow, I'd be happy to read them.
They
2 years worth. It feels like.
outline all of our adventures, and
There's some real
Sari
doozies.
stuck a few in there.
I'm excited. Come in. Let me get you inside. Get you something to eat, maybe, or maybe are any of you hurt from your endeavor?
It wasn't much of an endeavor.
Well,
I don't suppose you have any
Powerful
sort
friend.
of way to bring those trolls back.
no, fortunately not.
We did them in with fire.
I
I wasn't there. I didn't do it.
To be honest, not to be rude or anything, but trolls are trolls, and they were really only helping me as long as I was feeding them. So it hurts to give up some of nature's animals to make a deal like that. So it's kind of a weight off my shoulders.
She does make the best chicken noodle soup.
It's true.
I believe it.
Well, there's a pot on right now. So, and she leads you inside, and inside are 6 children of varying ages, and they're all just kind of coloring on pieces of parchment with charcoal, and they all look up and they kind of get all nervous, and she says, "Children, why don't you head upstairs, have some more free study time, and when you're done, when I'm done with my guests, we can get back to the lessons." And they nod and start picking everything.
Let me guess, they've all displayed some magical ability.
That's right.
How did you know before you rescued them?
I've been watching the village just from afar. After, I need to tell you everything that happened.
Yes.
Sorry. And she starts ladling bowls of chicken noodle soup like 3 in one arm, and then just like handing them out. It is really delicious, by the way. It would give Ainors a run for her money. So, and she says, so 6 months ago, I started seeing signs that some of the children were exhibiting magical tendencies, and knowing what would happen to them, I went to the council and asked them to let me train them, so that they could not show. I didn't name any names, but they took it as magic sympathizing, and they lashed me up. I decided at that point that I was done trying to hide myself, and I called upon my old friend, and he came and got me out of there, and I've been working from the shadows ever since, or shadows, as it were.
Who's your old friend?
Oh, and she kind of like flings open the wooden panels on one of the back walls that leads out into another kind of small garden. But this one has a shrine, and in the shrine is a wooden figurine of a stag's head and antlers. And she says, I'm a servant of the Emerald Stag.
Oh, like the one we saw.
Did you see one on the way in?
Yes. I kind of described like how many points and
The moss.
the moss. And...
Yeah, that is one of his agents, yes. I'm sorry I never told you, Eve. By the time that I met your father, I kind of was at a low point, and he offered me a way to have a simple life, and I sort of left my patron behind, or not patron, my god behind. And after you were gone, I couldn't hide it anymore.
Mother, you don't need to apologize to me. I follow 3 gods.
I know, actually.
How do you know?
Well, the gods talk. The stag and the trio, they have conversations.
God water cooler.
I haven't.
The gossip.
They haven't told me any specific thing. Guess what? My cleric did today.
Oh my gosh.
They didn't tell me any specifics.
Killed
they
2
did
innocent
say-
trolls, totally unprovoked.
But they did say that you were doing well.
Red mark.
I'm pleased to hear.
I'm so glad. Oh, Mother. And I'm so happy that you're here and alive, and so you've been capturing these children.
Unfortunately, it's the only way that I could think of. I tried to talk. I tried to talk to Tyrion.
Now
a
we
little
have
bit
to capture
before I was lashed, but unfortunately, you know how it is once you've been ostracized.
Yes.
So it was really the only way, and the trolls seemed like the easiest opportunity to.
I don't want to alarm you, but it seems some people at the village are starting to put some things together. I don't know that they have enough to connect, but it's only a matter of time.
I was afraid that it was going to be only a matter of time. I was hoping that I could train the children to at least hide their abilities from the public, and then by the time that they discovered me, the children could be returned unharmed, and I would face whatever punishment awaited me.
Not me, but other me, kind of me,
We call him Ezra.
might be able to help. He studied at a magical school.
Really?
Here's the problem. We were supposed to come here to free the children from whatever nefarious thing had drugged them off into the woods, and thereby prove that magic can be used for good.
I've never been called nefarious before, she says as she pours me more chicken noodle soup.
Now I know where Evie gets it. Anyway,
The nefarious part.
it seems that, however well-intentioned, and believe me, I fully admire you for saving the children from their fate. I don't know that if the council were to learn the truth, it would really help our case very much.
No, we don't tell the council.
So
We don't go back.
what do we tell them?
Nothing.
Does
Leave.
anyone know how to modify memory? Besides hitting them
No.
upside the head. Because the children will talk.
They can't go home.
You swore an oath.
I swore an oath.
I
Wait, how do you know?
But
She probably would have told us. Right?
but
I was going to say something, but then I was like, no,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you would know I was in the room.
in Rouan, you usually had maybe one person or so every little while.
It's not like your oath is bound by any gods or anything.
What
They don't
if-
believe in that. It's just words.
What if
A
they
full
s-
20% of Rowan, I believe, is magical.
20%.
they wouldn't kill 20% of their entire population? They seemed like they were already diminished from the last disease that ran through.
And I'm afraid their issues are quite more serious than that.
What's happening?
Well, you know how our community is. Private, secret. After your disappearance, it started a little bit of a cascade of worry and that somebody was going to attack, and then that led to a little paranoia. And unfortunately, a lot of negative emotions have been causing something to boil over underneath Rowan. I've been doing my best.
That's your cue.
So I smelled some like depressing stuff.
Oh,
Is that yours?
That's not uncommon,
oh no.
admittedly.
And she actually goes over and she pours you another bowl of chicken noodle soup, and then she takes like a tincture off the shelf and she pours it in there and mixes it around and hands it to you, and she goes, "This should help." And warm, fuzzy feelings fill the
It's like
soul.
chocolate against the
Oh, that
Dementors.
is much better. Do you know anything about a well that is full of darkness and sadness and gross feelings?
That is what I'm talking about. Are any of you familiar with the Shadowfell?
Are we?
Everybody go ahead and give me an Arcana or Nature check.
Yes.
Yes?
19 plus my history, which is not that great, but
23.
23? Yep.
14.
Arcana.
14?
9.
9? Nope.
Why does it freeze up?
Rolled olive. 5. Plus 0.
20 dirty.
20. So 20 and 23, you guys know about the Shadowfell. Basically, there's the Feywild where all of the Fey folk live, and sometimes they cross over. And the Shadowfell is kind of the reverse of it. It is a place of like negative emotions and shadows and darkness all the time, where negative emotions manifest into horrors. And she kind of after both, I'm assuming, gives a Shadowfell lesson.
I pull out the chalkboard.
Yeah. That's very precise. Good, very good, both.
I've been around for quite a while. I spent 100 years studying. So
Oh. You don't look 100.
I'm actually 187.
He's a person. He
Wow.
hopes.
Not without a butthole.
It's an internal kind of.
Right.
Around, show her.
I already did, and no, there's nothing there.
Anyway, the negative emotions around Rowan are bringing the Shadowfell closer and closer to the surface, and I've been doing what I can to fight it off. The happiness is the only way that I can think of to combat the negative emotions of the Shadowfell. So I've been infusing wards and having the trolls write down, carve new wards, and hopefully they've been doing a good job.
Stranger
You
things
didn't
have
interrupt them before they were able to add any new ones, did you?
We met them in the tunnel. They were walking towards where the forks.
Oh no. You need to get back to Rouan.
Okay.
And you need to get back there quickly. I will follow as quickly as I can. I need to grab some items, but the wards were failing, and I was having the trolls go to reinforce them.
Should
And
I
if-
take the children with me?
I will bring the children, but I need to pack and get a few things ready.
Where will you be coming into the town from, so we can make sure that we're there?
I'll come in from the north, but you need to go now, because if my calculation's correct, they're about to have a nasty visit.
Maybe
go.
we should let them.
Anybody need a piggyback?
Ezra, I do appreciate your pragmatism, but they are my family, so
All right. Understood.
Do you
never been scolded by a mom before.
Do you want a piggyback?
This is what having a mom's like? I don't know
Please.
if I like it.
In fact, here, let me see if I can. And she leans out the back window and she just gives like a perfect elk call. And in a moment, you guys hear like the thundering of hooves out front. And she says, "Go."
I think we're going to need to hear the elk call.
I'm not gonna be able to do an elk call. I can only do a yak. It's like,
That's all we needed.
Okay. Perfect.
In Aneria, that's what elk sound like.
Yep.
Because it was a perfect elk call.
Yes, it was. So you guys fling open the front door, and there are 5 of you. There are 5 stags, or stags and does, whichever one you want to pick up. Basically, there's a small herd that
Mine
is
has
waiting
googly
there
eyes.
for you. No, yours does not have googly eyes.
Aneria doesn't have googly
Remind me
eyes.
of moose, because I'm.
As he
There is one moose.
Elk are
He's got his
large.
tongue out of his mouth
Yeah.
and
Elks are large creatures, yeah. Yeah. And she goes,
Jump
hurry,
on.
please.
Jump on.
Yeah. So you guys each pick a elk, moose, or doe, whatever, and they immediately start running off back to the forest.
Okay.
And so let's go ahead and just do, we'll call it an acrobatic. No, animal handling to see how you guys fare.
I'm going to end up underneath, hanging on again.
Oh boy.
12.
12 from Ezra,
19.
19, 5.
Way better
That's
than
a word.
Bounders.
Yes.
So Eve and Bolt are having trouble, like, staying on, which is crazy because you're the one who
I'm
has
like
most
laying
experience.
across
Well,
his back.
the
like,
gait of the Bounder is much different than the gait of the
Yeah.
elk. So she's...
Yeah, it's the weird back
brought
legs.
Darian.
19.
19?
10 minutes
Yeah, the
to
rest of you
summon
are
him,
fine.
so
It's just,
we don't have
just
time.
the 2 of you are having issues. And as you are, so you kind of had to slow down a little bit to make sure that you can all keep up as a group, or the elks do. And as you're running through the forest, you start to see the sky darken. And it's still about 3 in the afternoon. As you look up above the canopy, you see that there's sort of this black circle that is coming over the sky. None of you have ever experienced an eclipse before. Although Bolt, you do in your head you do call it an eclipse, but you don't know why.
yeah, I just kind of like, an eclipse? Huh.
And by the time that you break out of the tree line into Rouan, the eclipse is complete and it is just dark. And you hear the sound of blunderbuss shots coming from the main town square and screams.
Perhaps we'll have our chance to prove the worth of the magic after all.
Or this will push
Yes,
them
we
over
will.
the edge and show everybody that it's really bad and...
Hell,
Maybe
we'll get to
just
that.
have a mental breakdown and go insane.
Okay.
But the elks do stop at the edge of the forest. And then kind of just like start shifting.
Let's
nervously.
hop off
Hop down and...
start running in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you guys start heading into the village. You pass by a few of the farmsteads where people are basically just like shuttering up, and you can see Nadia kind of like lean her head out the window a little bit, but then like close the shutters.
Stay inside.
Right. And she closes on up, and you guys get back to the main square, and you see one of the craziest sights that you've seen in your long career. And you've seen a giant tentacle mouth and froth.
We've seen some crazy stuff.
So there is a dark pool of water where the sash stone used to be, which has been exploded and kind of scattered across everywhere. There's kind of this cloaked creature with mottled gray skin and long limbs, and as it like looks over at you, its mouth is just kind of this big oval, and it's got these black pitless eyes. And it just like looks at you, and then it just kind of goes back to doing what it's doing. There are these tiny creatures that are kind of like an oblong lump of flesh with 2 chicken-like legs and a big giant mouth, and they're roaming around in packs of 5, like snapping at people and trying to take them down. In fact,
of the unseen.
yeah, gone. And you also see 2 kind of large, kind of fat. They almost look humanoid, but they're not. And they're kind of dragging their arms behind them, and they have this kind of perpetual frown on their face. And you've seen these before. You may have seen these before. And I love these guys. They're so spooky. And then there is a toad-like creature that's kind of wandering among them, and he kind of has this like drooling mouth, and you can see that he's carrying what appears to be the leg of a masochist, and he's just like nibbling on it a little bit as he looks around for his next target. So we're going to go ahead and get into combat here. So give us a moment while we set everything up, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Let's go ahead and flip over to the battle cam to reveal our beautiful encounter for the evening.
Okay.
Let's get some initiatives starting with Seredan.
10.
10. Bolt. 8. Victor.
That's
You rolled 02.
14.
14. Eve.
3.
3. Ezra.
20.
20. Okay. Let us start the encounter tonight with Ezra.
Okay. Well,
So, just to let you know,
there's a lot going on.
currently you are in. I would call it. I'd say darkness.
Darkness.
You are in complete darkness. So if you do not have dark vision,
I do.
okay, you will be having negative consequences.
Okay.
You're the only one who doesn't.
I can turn my fist on though.
Okay.
Mephisto.
Yes, I just go. There's a little pull chain in it.
That's why it's hard to stealth, because you just have that little thing dangling around all the time.
Okay. I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I'm gonna send Experience
Scared.
to flutter by, and I'm gonna shoot that thing. That frog with the leg.
The frog with the leg. So Bolt can't see any of this currently. It's just like inky blackness.
25 to hit.
Flash.
25 will hit.
Okay. That's gonna be
It's like Stranger Things.
22 damage.
Oh, okay. Only 22.
I will shoot again.
Plus 3 more.
Plus 3.
Pew. 24
24 will hit.
or 26 damage.
26 damage. And you didn't have advantage on the second one, right?
No.
Okay. All right, yeah. So Expurn flies by, and the creature tracks it, which is distracting enough that you manage to slam into it a couple times into its shoulder, and it turns around and kind of gives you this croak. And then it is. It is one of the. Wait. It is that creature's turn. Sorry. Yes. And it is going to it watches you, and you just see this kind of darkness wash over, and it just kind of disappears into the darkness, and you hear this behind you as it appears behind you and tries to bite.
Teleporting
Here?
troll.
Cory? Or here?
Over one. It's not gonna. Let's see. So this is going to be. Okay. That is a 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. And that is going to take 17 piercing damage, and you are grappled. Ooh. And as part of the grapple, you are restrained. So basically, it bites into your shoulder and starts
I'm restrained.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And then it is Scott. Would you mark the lonely closest to you as number 2?
Oh, this is scary. Look how many bad guys there are. We're gonna level up.
Never
Hey,
about this
we
one.
might have leveled on those trolls. No, probably not. But we only need how much do we need? 500?
It is going to move 30 feet towards you guys.
We need 3,000. Never mind.
And let's see. Is it within 60 feet of somebody?
Yes, Expurn.
20, 25, 30, 40.
All of us?
Just Expurn.
Well, first Expurn, but.
So I don't think. What was the DC on your?
It was a wisdom.
Never mind. Cannot. That's it.
Something.
Yep. It rolled a 5, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
It is going to. One of its arms kind of extends out, and you see this little spike at the end of it, and then it flings its arm forward, and the spike and the arm head out towards Eve.
Dang, 60 feet.
And this is a 21 to hit.
Okay, that will miss.
Okay. Yeah, you manage to bring up your shield in time, and the harpoon kind of scrapes off of it, and it lets out this, and then its arm kind of reels back to it.
With more flesh noises.
Yeah.
Instead of that, it's a.
And then the creatures, they're called the Wretched, over there, they are going to go, and they are going to move 40 feet towards the party and try to get in the mix.
Just like as a full unit.
Yeah. They're moving as a team. While taking their turn at the same time.
The wretched.
I'm not gonna guess too much. I'll just put her.
I'll do 140 and then put the rest around it.
Okay, and then, standard Warhammer tactics. And then, since none of them are in range, they're just going to rush in another 40.
You're gonna dash?
Yep, they're going to dash until they are, basically, they want to kind of be in the melee. 2 around Seredan, some there. Can one get to
Put one between Victor and I.
Yeah, and they're just going to start, they're nipping as they're running up towards you guys. Okay. Victor.
Right, I am going to. So is Ezra where I can reach him?
Yeah.
I will use my Shield of Faith on
You
his.
do you have dark vision? I guess
I do.
you have.
Yeah, and I have
blind
the-
sight. Yeah,
the not tremor.
Everyone
not
except for
sense, the echolocation, whatever the
blind sight.
blind sight.
Yep.
I will basically kind of cast that on him as he's kind of in there to try and reinforce him a little bit, and then I'm going to attack the frog with
What is Shield of Faith?
Cinderheart.
+2.
Plus two
AC.
AC.
Okay.
I rolled a 21 to hit with Cinderheart.
21 will hit.
And this is with the fire. Of course, I rolled a 1. So that is going to be 8. Actually, I'm going to re-roll
Reroll that one.
that 1. So
You move up 5, so you're within 5 feet of 5.
Yeah.
Or are you throwing a dagger?
I will be just throwing it
Okay.
from where I'm at. So that would be a 2. So that's going to be 10 damage initially, and then 2d10.
Unless you get sneak,
And my sneak.
because Ezra's within 5 feet.
Clenching
its jaws.
Within 5 teeth.
Yep.
10 fire damage.
Okay.
And then we've got down here
Your sneak attack damage.
5d6, which is an additional 17.
So total of
So that's going to be
37?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you take Cinderheart, then you just guide it right through, and it spins in kind of a fiery circle through the it's called the Banderhob, by the way, through the Banderhob's neck, and it just slices right through, and the thing detaches from Ezra and falls to the ground dead.
Release him.
Thank you.
I hope
Everyone got a good look.
Banderhob.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Yeah, that's
Banderhob.
awesome.
Sounds an awful lot like Brander. Does it
it's
not?
a Branderhob.
It's Brander's foot that he's
So
eating.
when I looked up creatures from the
wish.
Shadowfell, and that one came up, and it literally came up with the picture that they used that to model that off of, I was like, oh, I'm using this because we have this thing. Like, I'm so excited to use it again. What else would Victor like to do?
So I use my bonus action to use that. That's it. So I guess he would just kind of move laterally back here to kind of protect their back and create like everybody looking outwards.
Okay, Seredan, it's your turn.
Okay. These pesky little critters.
Do you have cleave?
No, unfortunately.
Half of it.
And not really much good AoE. A little next level, but I'm just gonna start hacking away at the Zerglings.
Okay.
At the what were they called?
They are called the Wretched.
The Wretched. Okay, that's a 23 to hit.
23 will hit.
For let's see. Sorry, I'm not used to my new 27 damage.
Okay, yeah, that takes one of them out.
Okay. Next attack. Not dirty 20, natural 20. That's a crit.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
takes one of
it's
them
a
out.
lot of
Yep.
damage. If you don't want me to roll, I'll just.
These things are small. Yep.
And the next butt action on this one. That's cocked. That's a 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
For 19 damage.
19 will take one of them out.
Okay.
Okay, so there's just 2 left there.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
And then
Yeah, Seredan just starts like spinning the blade and just chopping these creatures up.
she's
into
gonna
meat.
move. I'm assuming this one, if I was here and Bolt was here, this one would potentially get an opportunity attack.
And
on
it
me,
will
but
take an opportunity
with
attack.
disadvantage, I'm assuming.
Let's see. I'm checking here. You were only within 1 of its.
Yes.
Yes. Well, you avoided a crit.
Sweet.
That's only a 9 to hit you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, she'll just move kind of up there in the middle of the field.
Okay.
A little bit.
Perfect. Bolt, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move 10,
The other one will take an opportunity attack against you.
30.
And you were within range of
Yeah,
2
I was
of them,
next to
right?
both of them.
But one of them took a reaction already. on
Yeah,
me,
the other
so-
one just
Tactics
gets.
or whatever.
Yeah, it's called Wretched
yeah, yeah,
Pack
yeah.
Tactics. It's different. But it is only an 11 to hit.
That would miss.
Tactics.
And as a bonus action, while I'm running, I'm gonna ignite the light on my gauntlet, my fist weapon. So I get 30 feet of bright light and then 30 of dim.
Okay.
Nice. On it as a bonus action.
Yeah, the creatures definitely do shy away from the light.
And then I'm going to. Let's see. I am going to chain whip this guy.
Okay.
Nice. Oh, it's within 30 feet. Yeah.
Sweet.
He is within 30 feet.
Yes. And that is a 25.
25 will hit.
Okay, so that's 2d6. That is 11 damage. And he's
Okay.
pulled 10 feet closer to me.
Okay, yeah. He definitely looks a little happier to be closer to.
Maybe that's not good.
I guess with any monster, right?
Never.
Anything else you'd like to do?
That's it. That's all I'm doing.
The other lonely is going to move up 40 feet onto the other side of the witchy looking one. Witchy. She's and then it is going to send out its harpoon at Seredan, who is now within, who is now visible because you've made hostile actions. It will not get advantage or disadvantage on this. They cancel each other out. So that is just going to be a 20 to hit you.
Hits.
Okay.
It wouldn't have hit old Seredan, but it hits this one.
Old Seredan.
So take 18 piercing damage, and you are grappled.
And that's not true. Because I have. Let's see. Is there a guy? I have Cloud Rune.
Ooh.
Which I am going to activate.
Nice.
And so I am going to redirect. So I'm gonna whip my chain out and grab onto his flesh arm and yank it sideways so that it stabs into his buddy.
Okay, so he takes 18 damage.
Make friends with each other.
Yeah, what happens when
And
two
grapples?
lonelies find each other?
The lonely is going to just like
No.
release the grapple and pull on its arm back
Weird
because it does not want to
sounds.
pull its friends.
They don't
She
want
said
other
they're
lonelies.
No,
They want
but
praise.
you did definitely prevent a lot there. So
So
good job.
lonely.
Thank you, Bolt. Nice
Yeah,
shot.
so that kind of that rune flips
I've got
over
your back.
on your shoulder, and the harpoon just redirects over.
That's big. Not being grappled, especially too, is nice. Then I can get up to that guy and attack him.
Okay, let's see.
Stay near me and I'll keep him off you.
The creature with the dark eyes is going to... Actually, sorry. Before that one goes, the other wretches go. And they're going to move 40 feet up, but I don't think they can get to anybody, so they'll have to dash. And they're just going to surround Seredan. And a little bit of
Did you
bulk
not
too
see
there.
what I just did to your other friends? Get out of here! I don't speak wretched.
And then
Are they speaking
then
good?
it is the dark creature's turn. Bolt, go ahead and give me a history check. Or a nature check. Just to see if you can identify this.
11.
11? Nope. You get an inkling, but not anything that you remember.
It's not an inkling.
It's not an inkling. Seredan, give me a Constitution saving throw as this thing stares at you, and you just feel its withering gaze start to
This thing?
Yeah.
Alright. That is an 18.
18? Okay, so you're just going to take half damage from this. Take 11 necrotic damage as this thing just starts withering away at you.
And just FYI, I have a +9 to my Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
So, if I ever need a 10 for a concentration check, it'll automatically succeed.
Okay.
So I just won't even bother rolling it. But if I ever do take enough damage, if it's more than 20 damage, basically, then I'll need to roll.
Yeah, because you are
obviously.
concentrating on this.
Yeah.
Eve at the end here, who's probably been a little flabbergasted at the state of her village at this point.
Absolutely flabbergasted. Okay, finally my turn. I will cast Bless.
Bless.
Bless you, my children. On. Let's see. You guys are within 30 feet of me, right? Bolt and Sari.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all of us are.
Bolt, Sari, and Ezra.
Woohoo!
Sorry, Victor.
It's okay.
Okay.
And then I will move up.
Okay.
Between Bolt and Sari.
25 like that.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Anything else you'd like to do?
And that is it.
Okay, back up to the top of the round, Ezra.
Alright, I'm going to send Ixburn into battle a little bit. To give me advantage on this lonely. I'm going to shoot him.
Burnsy.
You might need to move away.
I have sure.
I know, but you have an
Oh,
enemy
from
within 5
disadvantage?
feet of
Yeah,
you.
okay. Yeah, I'll kick him.
It already used its reaction.
That's right.
So.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Fine. So that... Oh, those were all really bad. D4. Plus... Okay, that's better.
Nice.
Calculating that.
So that's 11.
Owls have the flyby
16?
action, right? 16?
Yes.
16 on the
lonely.
the lonely one. That will hit.
Okay. So that's gonna be 22 damage. And then I'm gonna use one of my arcane shots. And I'm gonna do bursting arrow. So everything within 10 feet of that.
Okay.
So this guy will also take 2d6. So that's gonna be
enemies,
9.
not just creatures, right?
Yeah, enemies.
That's expert.
Let me make sure actually before I do that.
Well, and if it's an owl, it should be able to fly in, take help, and fly away.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it has the flyby feature.
Okay, so it is all other creatures, but if it has flyby, I think.
Yeah, so how
what's its
many...
speed?
Yeah, what is
60.
its speed?
So I think I moved.
from here.
Yep.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 35.
So then I can just move it
According
out, back out of the
It's
way.
got 25 feet left.
You can go to back to
Yeah,
here.
we'll move it back, and then
Okay.
boom. So that'll be 9 force damage to both of them.
Okay.
And that's an arcane shot.
And that does it to the lonely as well, right?
Yep, the lonely and the.
Perfect.
And then I'll take my second shot. That's gonna be 16 to hit
16 will hit.
Okay. for 26 damage.
26.
These guys have The grossest, like, wrinkly old man bums.
Yep.
Don't they?
Yes, they do. You smash into the lonely a couple times with your arrows. One of them bursts forth in that kind of amber-colored light, and you see the other creature kind of jerk away from it a little bit. But yeah, anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, I'll use some more of my movement actually. So move 5, 10, 15, 20. I'll kind of get in right there.
Okay. Then the next up is the lonely.
Number 1 or 2? Number 2.
Right?
And number 2. Yep. And it is going to move right up to Bolt. And it's going to kind of rear its harpoon arm back and try and stab into you.
Okay.
Stabby. And it is a 22 to hit.
That is right on.
Okay. Yep, so it stabs into you with that arm. So you're grappled and you take 30 piercing damage.
I will do interception.
Okay.
For 8. Reduce it by 8.
Yep.
So 22.
Every little bit helps.
And then it kind of just like starts wrapping its arms around you, almost like Zelda when you face off against those creepy things after the Ocarina of Time that like attach to your face and start like screaming at you. It's gonna like hug you and start like bringing you in close. Go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no. It's going to absorb you.
14. 14 is not enough.
But.
I have bless. I can use bless for it.
Yeah.
Bless, and then you also get plus 5, right? For
With
me.
my aura.
16
so
plus 5.
21.
21.
Yep, so you do succeed. And you will take 11 psychic damage, which is half.
Nice.
And technically it can pull you, but you're right there. And he just looks a little bit less sad. Not happy, but a little bit less sad that you're so close. Then it is the last 2 wretches. They're going to both move up to Victor. And they're going to make a pair of attacks against him. One of them is an 18.
18 hits.
Okay. So you're going to take...
And yeah, good.
You're going to take 5 piercing damage.
Okay, and I will have that.
Okay. And then that one attaches to you. It kind of like
Ew.
jumps up and attaches to your thigh and just starts like
Parasite.
just like chewing on you. So, yep. And the other one,
You said it was 5, right?
yes,
So that'd be 2 halved.
is a 17.
17 hits.
So that one's going to deal 9 piercing damage and also attach to you on a buttock, we shall say.
Vicky's got crabs!
Right, well, right.
Too much knife dancing.
Little
Definitely.
Little too friendly here, little one.
Okay. And yeah, they are just like chewing on you, trying to eat as much of your flesh as possible.
Do the sacred death dance.
And then it is your turn.
Okay, question.
Yeah.
Is it part of my free action to drop something?
Yeah.
I'm going to drop 3 daggers where I'm standing.
Trying to catch me in a lie, or trying to catch me there, huh? As long as they are dropped within your space.
Yeah. That'd be where I'm
So they
where
will
I'm
be
standing.
within your 5-foot space.
Yep. And then I'm going to throw a dagger to attack this guy. It's going to be a disadvantage because it's past 20 feet.
Okay.
Oh, I was caught. Let's try again. So it is a 12 plus my...
You said with disadvantage?
That was with disadvantage. It's 11 with disadvantage. And that is going to be... I'm pretty sure it's a plus 8. Alright, so being so freaking slow today.
19.
So it's a 9. So that's going to be 20. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? That'll hit.
And then I'll just make my attack here.
You get sneak attack because I'm right next to it.
With Blackthorn. Or this is actually going to be, it's the same damage between the two of them. I'm going to keep that damage for now. So that's 9 damage initially, plus my sneak attack. That's 18. I'm gonna reroll one of them.
It's gone.
It's dead.
Yep.
Okay, so it's gone. So
Yep, you're good.
so I'm here. Did they come with me?
Yeah, they are attached to you, so they will come with you.
Okay. And so that was using my bonus action to get there, and I will use one of my performance points to attack. So I threw the attack, hit the thing, and then I'm going to my dagger, and I'm going to make a second attack with my performance point.
Okay.
And I'll just hit one of the other guys.
And that's your bonus
That's
action,
on
right?
me. Yeah.
Okay. One of the ones that's on you.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
One in the butt cheek or the thigh?
I'll leave the one on the butt cheek. But the one on the thigh's got to go.
Because it was trying to gnaw at your garter.
Mhm.
Belt. Yeah.
So it's going to be another 9 damage.
For the crit total?
No. So that's 9 plus 4. So it's going to be 13 for the first.
Yeah, so you managed to just slice right through the head of that one, and it
Okay.
just kind of falls off. So there
like a
goes
tick.
the thigh one. Yeah,
And he'll just. That'll be into my turn.
sounds good. Seredan.
Man, I wish I had no good like AoE. Well, do I want to take some opportunity attacks? Is the question. Let's just get rid of these stupid things. Starting with Brownie here. That's a 23 to hit.
23 will hit.
For if you want me to roll it, 9 plus.
What's your
15.
minimum?
15.
Yeah, you'll kill one with every hit.
Okay. So that one's dead. Next is even higher to hit.
Okay.
So
There's another one.
that one will be dead, and then this guy actually.
Do you want to try and hit the one attached to Victor, or do you want to try and hit one of the one with
I am gonna try and knock the one off its butt.
Okay.
Like,
I'll try not to slice your butt cheek off.
Vicky, you really need to be doing less knife dancing. You probably wouldn't have so many parasites
so many
hanging,
succulent butt.
hanging around your buttocks. It's a 26 to hit.
26 will hit. Yep, you
Okay.
slice right through that one.
That's it.
Okay. Bolt.
I'm gonna shift here.
Okay.
So that
You're
now-
grappled. Sorry. You
Oh,
you can
okay.
say
I'm
it.
grappled. All right.
And just to make sure, it's at the start of Lonely's turn, so you're
Small place. Let's see. So I'm gonna go ahead and just start punching it.
Okay.
Tries to hold on, and I'm gonna punch it. $21.
21 will hit.
So that is 15, but I'm also going to activate my fire rune,
Okay.
which gives it.
Has to do a dexterity save.
It does a strength saving throw, DC 15.
It does not make that save.
So it has to. It's restrained for 1 minute.
Okay.
Sweet. Grapple me, I'll grapple you.
Right?
Yeah, it's like hugging you, and these
2d6
fiery
fire
chains come up and start
You
like
wanna
peeling
hug,
its
I'll
arms
give you a
back a little bit.
Yeah, it kind of bursts out of the ground. And
Yeah,
start pulling
dragging it back.
Yeah. 7 fire damage.
Fire damage.
I think we could get a splash damage enchantment.
And then I'm going to
If
attempt to hit
got
it
something
again.
homebrewed.
Wouldn't it just be like an AoE acid attack?
Yeah, just
higher.
like ball.
yeah, it's restrained, so it's,
on the end of your pole and just.
Oh, I get advantage.
It has
Yeah.
disadvantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It has disadvantage, or
Sorry, you have advantage on attacks against it. It has disadvantage.
almost a crit.
against-
A 19.
19.
Plus
Yeah.
12. So.
Then the hit.
Smoke it.
And that one is 14 damage.
14. Okay. Yeah, you just start like pummeling it. It's still got you grappled with that harpoon, but its arms are like hanging back, and you're just like beating on it at this point.
And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna go big.
Ooh.
Bloop, bloop, bloop. Can it grapple me while I'm
Yeah.
huge?
You don't go huge, you
Or
just go large. Yeah, it can still grapple you while you're large.
So it's like one size, I think.
Yeah, it has to be 2 sizes bigger. But yeah, you just start swelling, and the harpoon is just like kind of sticking out of your arm at this point, but it's just a tiny harpoon.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still doing enough. Like, it's still got you restrained or grappled.
It's restrained.
Synonyms are hard when they mean different things in games. Anything else you like to do?
That's it.
Okay. Then it is the other Lonely's turn, and it is going to. Hey, look at that! Look at that new friend Victor there.
It is restrained.
Wow. 10.
Misses.
Yeah, the harpoon goes over your head, and the thing just lets out a groan and just starts moving forward. It's going to move up 30 feet.
Bring it in, little buddy. Bring it in.
You can get right up next to it.
He was eyeing your butt cheek.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a reaction
yeah.
opportunity attack on it when it gets
Sentinel.
up. Polearm Master.
Punch him.
Actually, if I had Sentinel,
Hold on,
it would
Sentinel.
stop it in place. That's a 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Nice.
22 damage.
Okay. Yeah, as it comes in, you come around and just like give it a quick stab, and it stumbles back a little bit, but then keeps moving forward.
Okay.
Then the last of the wretched are gonna go. Is there how many are left?
Just two.
Just 2.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do one attack on Seredan.
Does
Just
it
a
have?
base attack. It doesn't have advantage or disadvantage. Wait, is there an ally next to you?
Yeah.
Or sorry, one of its allies next to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's just.
Well,
that's just
hold on.
a 12.
Actually, it's the one hanging off of him, isn't it?
No.
No, I
okay,
killed
got
that
both
one.
of those.
It's just a 12 to hit.
Miss.
Okay. And then the other one on Eve. Does Eve have
Just one.
just one? Well, then it's going to turn around to Victor. These things go for the weakest link.
Listen here, sweet cheeks.
18 to hit.
That hits. Hop on board, buddy.
Yep. it goes for the other cheek.
Plenty of
So
room
take
on top of the
three piercing
Badonka
damage.
Donk Express.
Take
you have
3
that.
piercing damage.
At least you have matching butt wounds. Symmetrical.
Write that down. It was being stupid.
Okay.
HP.
Sure, the women would love to hear that story. The scars.
How'd you get to that one?
It was
It's
a
two
knife
circular
dancing,
ones.
a knife dancing incident.
All right, and then it is the other creature's turn. It's going to kind of shift around to put more of the pool between
Who?
you and it, the creature in the back.
Yucky.
I'm gonna just name it. It's a Bodak.
Bodak.
Yep,
Bodak
Derek.
Horseman.
like Bodak horseman. Yeah. And then it is going to turn its gaze onto. Is Ezra within 60 feet?
I think I am, yeah.
Yeah, I think 60 feet was out to here. Wasn't it?
Yes, barely.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm right on that.
So go ahead and give me a saving throw, Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution, eh? 15.
15. Okay, you're only going to take half damage on this.
Okay, yeah.
So take 8 necrotic damage as its withering gaze kind of bores into your soul. Eve,
It's always.
your turn.
Okay. I will just try and kill these little guys.
Okay.
That one that you're attacking is attached to my
One
butt.
off Victor's
Yeah.
butt.
Yeah. Take the flail and.
Whoa!
But you're right in the snake hole.
Yeah, 18 plus 9.
That'll hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
I'd like to have the damage.
Standing outside. Where's that? Where's
Relax there. Relax.
I'm practicing my throw.
So that is a 10.
This is the one on Victor, is that right? Okay, yep, you just crush it and it just pops right off. It doesn't feel good, the teeth being wrenched out like that, but
Listen, like
It
a
leaves a
little
couple
more.
teeth in.
yeah. New dagger.
Sorry about that.
Kill that one in the morning.
Okay, I'll go for the second one. Also.
Okay.
Ooh, a natural 1.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'll just use my inspiration.
Okay.
Not much better. 14.
14 will miss. Yeah, the thing just kind of backs out of the way as you slam the flail into the ground, send up a little dirt spray.
Hopefully that one doesn't get you in the bum either.
I hope it does.
Ezra, it's your turn.
Okay. The lonely number 2, is that still grappling?
Yes.
Bolt?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot it.
And it's restrained by a bolt, so you
get
would
advantage
have
on it.
advantage.
Oh, so nice. Oh, rabbit box. Okay, so that's gonna be 28.
28 will hit.
20 damage.
20 damage.
And I'll shoot it again.
Okay.
That's gonna be 24 to hit.
24 will hit.
I'm gonna put in some die. So that's gonna be, math is hard right now because I'm tired. 8 and then 19. So 27 damage.
That's exactly as much as you need.
Nice.
So the first arrow slices through the harpoon arm completely, and kind of dissects it. And then the second one, the thing goes to let out like another wail of sadness, and you hit it right in the mouth, and it topples over dead. Okay. And that is the end of your turn.
I'll do second wind. I'm hurt a little bit.
And then Victor.
Tell me you know how to dance. I will risk a attack of opportunity. I'm going to 15.
It's a crit.
From the little dude.
Just
From
from
the
the
little
Zerg.
The little
yeah.
guy. Yep.
So that is
Hey, don't touch me there. That's my no-no square.
that is a total of 14 piercing damage,
You little
and it
bastard.
attaches to you.
Why do they all like
As
the...
you run away.
Yeah, it like jumps at you and like grabs onto your
You
back.
know
So
what?
it's like,
Sorry, Victor.
Just to spite you, I'm going to keep my backside turned to all my blades. I'm going to call 4 of them back.
okay,
And they each need to make a dex save of 16.
each of those.
Yeah, so there's 4.
Number 1, Sarah dude.
The lonely gets hit by 3 of them.
Okay.
The wretched gets hit by 1.
Okay, so the rolls were 4, 3, 1, and 3, and then I can re-roll with the piercer the 1, so that's just same thing, 1, and then it adds my wisdom modifier, which is +2 to the damage on those. So it would be a 6, a 5, a 3, and a 5 is the damage for all 4 of them.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I
And
got
I'll
it.
just poke my butt out and let the dagger.
Yeah, they just like slice through
Stab
and kind of nick the wretched in its bum,
And I'll just.
but it
How
is
do you
still
like it?
it's still latched onto you. It
Oh,
wasn't
no.
quite.
Little bastard. And then I'll just make my attack, I guess, against Huggy Wuggy.
Okay.
Was a monster.
Oh, that was
Cocky
was
was a
monster. So that
Huggy
was
Wuggy.
6 plus 9, so that's gonna be 15 to hit.
15 will miss.
Miss. Okay.
Yep. How close is Victor to the Bodak?
Oh, diddly.
25.
25. So at the end of your turn, Victor,
Mhm.
take 5 necrotic damage.
Necrotic. Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
As basically you enter into this kind of oppressive aura that seems to be just like tearing you apart.
Be careful getting close. It hurts. Not a little guy in my butt.
Seredan,
Okay.
it is yours.
I'm going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to here.
Okay.
And then make attacks against the lonely.
Hello.
Alright, that's a 23 to hit.
23 will hit.
For
Your bright light is doing a lot here, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
20.
they have resistance in dimmer darkness.
Oh.
Nice. 26.
26 damage.
Yeah.
I figure since we're near the end, I can tell you that.
Good to know.
And then next attack is 22
22 will hit.
for 21 damage.
Okay. Seredan goes like cartwheeling over the lonely and just like kind of gives it a couple quick slices. It lops its arms off and it kind of just slumps forward and dies.
All right, and then I'm going to, let's see, I'd move 20 feet. I'll go 10 more.
To the zone of depression.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to use Hexblade's Curse on that thing.
Sounds good.
And that's all I can do.
Okay, at the end of your turn, take 5 necrotic damage, please.
Okay.
And then it is Bolt's turn.
And you said this was like a pool of like black, like
Yeah,
liquor
that's
or
like a
something?
pool of like black kind of like roiling liquid.
I'm gonna get right here.
You're probably going to be in the pool there, just because the
I mean, that's where it's barely touching.
barely touching. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright,
Of you, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Step on the wall.
Just you moving the well caused me to think. that it might
no, sorry, I just bumped it a little bit.
bump it.
Just bumped everything.
I just bump it to my advantage.
Oops! Flip the table.
Where was it?
I don't know where it was.
Nobody knew.
I'm going to try to chain whip it.
Dang it, we recorded.
Okay.
Roll back the tape.
I can't itch my back. Thanks a lot, Colby.
Let's go find a door frame.
Yeah.
15.
15 will hit.
Hey, so it takes 2d6 plus. My Giant Smite doesn't count for this because it's only weapon attacks, right?
Only weapon attacks.
Yeah, so let's double
Your
check.
fists are weapons.
12, and then it's pulled 10 feet.
That's just piercing damage.
It is. Yes, I believe it is piercing damage.
I mean,
Yes, piercing damage.
that's still magic damage. It's a magic spell.
Yeah, it's a spell.
Just making
Magical piercing damage.
Sure. And then you can pull it up to 10 feet.
Yep. So I'll pull it right next to me.
Okay.
And then I am going to action surge.
Wait, were you once a lonely before you were
That makes sense. It tracks.
I just wanted friends and you guys were there.
Why do you think I was so sad when I was?
He was on the verge. He was on the verge of
Influence this
becoming
whole
one,
time.
and we stopped it.
Yeah. So
like a
action
hollow.
surge, and then I will start punching it.
Okay.
In its big old ugly face.
Be my friend.
Oh, that's net. It's
Not good, make friends.
Oh.
You have inspiration?
I do have inspiration. Yes.
Excellent.
Okay. Oh, I always forget to roll bless.
Oh, yeah.
It's the one thing I'm good for.
Dirty
Keep it
20.
going.
Dirty 20 will hit.
Don't say that.
I
You
mean,
did like 49 damage to that troll earlier.
It's true.
And you kept us all from killing an entire Mexican village.
8 plus 6,
I mean,
14 damage.
14.
I mean, the night is still young.
Thunder damage. That's
Turns out
thunder
these
damage.
were masochists. They
Well, sorry,
transformed.
one of it is
they were
my
That
giant
leg was
might.
deep.
where both.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's just additional damage onto it. It's not a,
Okay, doesn't
it's
matter
not a
if
specific type damage.
Right. And then
Attack number 2.
yep.
I forgot I had that.
Is that the Starlight one?
This one.
30.
No, I don't.
30?
Yeah.
Will hit.
Sounds good.
Cherry vanilla.
Okay. 9.
9 damage. Okay.
Bright light right in his face.
Yeah, it is definitely like it's not saying
Little
anything,
swig.
but like it's like kind of like tilting away from the light as you continually punch it. At the end of your turn,
Sorry,
take
the
5
head's a little
necrotic
bit taller
damage,
than one.
and then it is its turn, and it is going to. It's just going to like stare into your eyes as you're punching it, just kind of like not even like looking away as you're punching in the face. So go ahead and give me a
Ew.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Break its neck.
19 plus 7 plus 2.
Yeah, so you succeed. So you're going to take
Nothing. Because my Mizium armor, if I roll
it's
on
a
a cone.
Constitution, yeah.
Yep.
So you just resist all that. I almost rolled max damage on that attack. I was 2 away from max damage. Now I was impressed with that. So yeah.
Yeah, it says if I have to make a strength or concentration saving throw, and if it's a spell that makes me take half damage, I instead take no damage if I succeed.
Eve, it is your turn.
Its gaze doesn't affect me. Nope.
You're punching it and it's trying to like be all creepy, and you're just like, whatever. I've seen creepier.
I fought a Balth.
You're nothing compared to a Balthfrouth. I was thinking about jumping in the air and then landing on it, but I have a -1 modifier, and jumping in D&D is stupid because it's all strength based.
Yeah.
Elephants can jump like 100 feet in the air, and a cat can't jump at all.
Let's
Welcome to
see.
D&D where the rules are made up and nothing makes sense.
That's true.
Um,
I think they should let you do dex or strength for jumps.
we will cast
I mean, if you're the DM, you can do whatever you want.
Moonbeam.
It's fair.
Moonbeam.
Moonbeam.
There's no moon in
I just
an
did
area.
a whole spell or a whole
It's
character build.
Lunaberry Beam.
Moonberry beam.
build based on the moonbeam spell.
So it's
That
the
is a
Lunaberry
con
eye
save.
that
Constitution saving throw.
pull a
What is
It's called
save?
Starbeam
17?
now.
star
It
beam.
does not make it save.
Starbeam sounds way cool.
Star
Okay, so when a
Starfire.
creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it
We'll
is
count
engulfed
this.
in ghostly
We're-
flame.
I like
We're
this. I like
We're
that.
at this moment anyway.
I like to
so.
think she's regurgitating all those
that causes
Lunaberries.
searing pain, and it must make blah blah blah. It takes 2d10 radiant damage. But I'm
It's the
casting at
white
second
light
level.
from World's End when they're
Yeah,
like,
it's
Oh,
a
yeah.
second level spell. So 2d10.
Okay. I'm just doing it here because
Smoke him.
I'm tired.
Destroy him.
That is a struggle.
yeah, for anyone watching, it is now 1:10 a.m.
Well, I just didn't know. If it
we,
was
we
still
play
on.
late sometimes.
It's still rolling.
Is yours
Yeah.
So if our energy level goes
Is your guys'
over the course of the episode, that's why.
8.
Mine's like struggle bus.
That's enough. So you call down, like you reach out to the trio, and you see the darkness of the eclipse starts to swirl, and all of a sudden this bright tri-beam of light kind of spirals down and smashes into the Bodak, and it lets out its first sound, which is just a as it is burned away.
Yes.
And then the eclipse fades
So,
immediately.
for an eclipse to happen, there has to be a moon. But if there's not a moon, then there's
There
a
could be
devourer.
there could be a solar eclipse.
or a devourer.
But the
one.
moon would
Oh,
be-
you're right.
A world eater.
You're right. How does an eclipse
It is
work?
1 a.m.
Or it's magic.
I'm so
It is,
tired.
it is late.
The pool of shadow is still there, and as like people
Someone
are
have a
coming
vacuum.
out,
Whatever you do, do not sniff the darkness.
you see the council comes out and they say, and Tia goes, "Do you see what happens when you come here? You bring all of this darkness with you."
This was below your village. We found it.
How am I supposed to believe that you didn't just plant this here?
Why don't
How
we
am I
take you?
supposed to believe
and
you
show you.
created yourself?
And then Fiona's voice calls out and she goes, "It's true. I watched it happen because of our ignorance." And everybody, there's gasps from the entire crowd.
She's alive.
Like soap opera style. Like,
Yeah,
da-da-da.
and Fiona comes walking up, and she's got the children like hand in hand and everything,
Is that
and the
little
parents
guy
all start
still
running too.
sucking on my
Najia actually is with them as well, and she's holding Tia already. And the rest of the parents like rush over to their kids, and they all like rush and say hi. And Fiona moves, and Tia goes, "Stop her immediately! She's the one who stole the children!" And everybody kind of just like sits there a moment. And Darian, like, she looks to Darian, she's like, "Darian, please." And he just kind of goes, "No, Tia, I think he was right." And Fiona moves over, and she starts like, she kind of kneels down, and she starts casting and kind of muttering under her breath, and then she stops, and she goes, "Would you help?"
Of course.
On the other side.
Okay.
And as you step to the other side, you start casting a ritual with your mother that you didn't realize you knew, but the trio is probably guiding your actions at this point. And after a few minutes, you and Fiona dip your hands into the inky blackness, and it clears into a beautiful like pool of clear water. And you pull your hands out and they're clean and everything.
Including the smudge?
Yeah, including the smudge.
Oh.
Yeah, that has been washed away in this pool of
I
clear.
put my hand on Ezra's face and say, "There's quarters in the toilet."
There's what?
Quarters in the toilet.
Coppers in the
There's
toilet.
coppers in the toilet.
Really don't reach in there for anything less than silver. Come on.
Just kidding.
I will pull
I
out
kinda
my
wanted to
piggy
know.
bank and squeeze out a coin and throw it at you.
And like Tia is still trying to like rally people to her cause and everything, and all 5 of the other council members say, Tia, I think it's time that we reevaluate ourselves. And then she goes, well, are you removing me? And they kind of look at one another and they shrug and they go, yes, we are. It's unanimous. And she just kind of like stumbles back a little bit, and then just like full on just sits on a bench like she can't believe what just happened. But that doesn't matter because everybody else kind of starts crowding around. There's cheering, not cheering exactly, but people are like greeting Fiona and hugging her and everything. And Darian like kind of like politely pushes them all out of the way and goes and just gives your mother a big kiss. Like just so happy that she's alive.
I keep thinking it's your
Your
Steve. I'm like, it's just like giving a big slobbery kiss.
And you can like after their kiss, you can see their heads together and kind of their foreheads together. And he's like, "I'm so sorry, I didn't." And she's like, "No, you did what you thought was right." And they're just kind of like mumbling to each other. And then
She's very
Darian,
forgiving.
She is.
and then Darian turns to
Kill
you,
me.
and he
Oh,
comes
he'll
over.
pay later.
And he comes over and he says, "I was wrong. And I'm very sorry. And I'm sorry that my fanaticism drove you away. I don't think we're ready to quite have magic be a part of our lives, but I'm willing to have you as part of my life. If it means magic comes with it, that's a price that I'm happy to pay."
I appreciate that. I'm still upset with you.
I know. I have a lot of atoning to do myself.
But I think we can work toward having a relationship.
Maybe someday you can tell me about your gods.
I would love to. If maybe they could tell you about themselves if you ever let them in here. What is that all about?
And he kind of looks confused, and Fiona says, the Shadowfell is interfering with everything.
Oh.
It has been for a long time. It's why I haven't been able to hear the stat either. But with everything cleared and you guys saving the day, it should all go back to normal.
Well, I guess so.
Well, not normal. And she kind of waves her hand and like at the
Nor-
parents who are
normal, we
looking a little
definitely are
like
not.
worried that their kids are like practicing magic with each other. The 6 missing children. But she goes, "We'll learn to adapt as we always do."
That's good.
And listen, if I hear about any of these children going missing or anyone getting tied up outside, I might come visit your town again.
Fiona walks up to you and she kind of gives you like a little pinch on the cheeks and she says, "You don't need an excuse to come say hi."
That's true. I would come say hi, just to say hi to you. But I might kill anyone else that might hurt these children. So.
A couple people back away. Fiona doesn't, but she just kind of chuckles. So, Eve, friends of Eve, what's your next step? Are you staying? Are you off on another grand adventure?
I don't know where we're headed next. I still feel like there's some things I need to reconcile here.
Oh. And her eyes like flick over to Ari, who's standing there just holding Eve, kind of looking a little flabbergasted. His grandma looks very put out and is like over trying to console Tia a little bit because the old
They're friends.
Those old biddies.
Yep, the old biddies.
I don't know if I have it in me today. Maybe tomorrow morning.
You're, and she turns to Darian, and Darian nods and she says, "You're free to stay at that guest house, or you could stay with us, whatever you'd like. Your friends are we don't have enough room at the homestead for everyone, but they're willing to use the guest house, or if they're willing to."
What time of day is it?
It's about 4 p.m. at this point. It sounds like we've got some cleanup to do around here, but maybe we could have a dinner, and everybody else is like, yeah, it's been a long time since we've had like a banquet or something like that. Let's.
Why don't we call in Kes and have him bring the ship over?
Going to fish their pants when they see a flying ship.
You have a flying machine.
Well, it's not mine.
Technically.
The greatest treasure.
I would like to see.
It's not that great, so don't.
Lower your expectations. I mean,
The name is a bit of a misnomer.
It is a treasure, but barely.
Well, it might be a bit worrying, but and Tyrion comes up and he goes, "Don't worry about it. I'll deal with whatever consequences. Please bring the airship in."
you're such a nerd.
I can't help it. Okay, I've been holding back so much, just so much about all of this. And he kind of looks over and he goes, "Sorry, people. You gotta admit it's kind of cool." And they're just giving him a wary look. But it's Tyrion. They all know what he's about.
Yeah.
So please.
Do you want to call Kes?
Sure. She'll
Shadowfax with
she'll take the ring. I don't
Did you
remember
see
how to work
Did you
it.
see the big beam of light? Come to that point.
I changed the password.
Right. So she'll take the ring off, and I need to write the message first, and then
Yes.
say the password and send it, right?
Yeah.
So she'll write a quick note to Kes and say, Kes, here's our location. Come visit us. Everyone's very excited to meet you. And then I'll roll it up, and I'll go to put it in the ring, and I'll... she'll look over at Ari and be like, Sari is so cute. And she'll put it in.
And Fiona, who's nearby, goes, "That's an interesting phrase to put on your communication."
Well, it was a gift from your daughter.
She just blushes.
A full body blush,
Yes.
she does cock an eyebrow, but she doesn't say anything.
Sarah can be a little narcissistic sometimes.
This is also true. To be fair.
They just accepted magic. Let's let it.
Narcissism is a strange concept too. And you do get a message back a few moments later that says, "Be there soon." And with that,
Are there any healers around? I've got some fangs in my butt I need removed.
and
Snake holes.
Fiona, you want to just use the snake holes?
Well, I think the people need to see.
Okay.
The
My
healing
butt,
power.
no.
the healing hookah.
We're just gonna.
Yeah, in fact. Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, I don't have
Snakes come
I don't
out
have
and bite
paladin
you.
levels anymore. I was going to offer some
What was
healing
the,
to the villagers, but
What does it do again?
It's like everybody within a 20-foot thing
Okay.
gets
healing
heals.
20-foot thing.
We do
10
encourage
feet
anyone
for
that
For 1 minute.
is injured
Yeah.
to come
At
closer.
the start of each turn, you gain 1d4 hit points.
1d4.
So we do.
I do have. I
10d4.
actually do have.
I can roll it if you want.
Please.
I actually do have healing word because I have access to cleric spell, so I did take just that.
29 healing. As you kind of wave your hand over and the incense mist starts coming out. There's a few people that are kind of wary about it. Tyrion steps forward and just starts kind of poking it a little bit, what? Oh, that's actually nice. Come here, everybody, and everybody cautiously weaves in, and they get that a little bit of healing magic throughout.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's got to be the easiest way to convince a non-magic person that magic is good is by being like, "Oh, your broken leg?
Great restoration.
Holy crap! Okay,
All right, and with that, we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session with things looking a little up in the village of Rouan. There's still some loose ends to tie up a little bit there.
Might as well
We'll
put it
be
off. The awkwardness.
I was really hoping that Ari was gonna approach because I have been saving
my final 3rd level spell slot to cast Hold Person on him. If you got closer.
Well, perhaps next time you'll be able to, because next time we will find out the rest of what happens with Rouan and move on to our next destination, which I believe is that village in the verdant farmlands that Bolt has a lead on for part of his.
But that's not next week.
Next week is part 2 of the Little Hopes showdown in the Tuscadia's trial or Tower of Trials, which has been going well so far.
Technically, that would be the release of the first one, wouldn't it?
No. So what we're doing is we've already released the first one.
Yep.
It's a weird breakup, but it's the way that it has to go in order to kind of
Breakups are always so weird.
They're always so
Aren't they?
maybe we'll see one of those next time. Whether it's Ari or whether it's Sari, we'll find out.
Stefano.
But until then, like, comment, and subscribe. Go check out Dallin's new channel. That sounds like fun.
Do that.
And we'll see you next time.
Thanks, guys.
Bye bye. Bye bye now.